All right, and we are live here from Mount Mercy University for the 2A Iowa Youth Rugby Association State Championship. We're going to be started here at 6 p.m. Our first match of the night, we have number 1 seed Waverly Shellrock against Fort Dodge, who's the 8th seed. They snuck in last week. They have a record of 6-5-1. Last year, Fort Dodge was your runner-up in Class 2A. Had a slow start to the season, but the last couple of weeks they've come on strong. And Waverly Shellrock, they've had a balanced attack, offense, defense, a good mix of speed, power, and high IQ. Should be a great match to start us off right at 6 p.m. Then we go into the next match at 6:20, number 4 seed Iowa City West at 9-3 against the returning state champions at 5 seed Cedar Falls at 8-4. Iowa City West had a dominant run about a decade ago, slowed down a little bit, and then now we see them returning to the state tournament. In the next match, we will have at 6:40, number 2 seed Ankeny at 10-1-1 facing off against Cedar Rapids Jefferson, making their debut in the 2A state tournament at 7-5. Then our last match of the first round will be number 3 Cedar Rapids Wash, the host of tonight's tournament. They're at 10-2 against Southeast Polk, 8-4. So we will get started here shortly. We are at Mount Mercy University in Cedar Rapids. It's a beautiful night. Low 70s, almost no wind, no clouds in the sky. Should be a great night for some rugby. We will get started here shortly. Again, tonight is brought to you by Convergence Acquisitions, the University of Northern Iowa Men's Rugby, and BBP Sport. Make sure you go check them out. For more information from Convergence Acquisitions, give a scan to that QR code on our pause screen when we go to that slide there. So we're going to take a quick break and we'll get underway here shortly. Thanks again. We are the B-Side Boys podcast. You can check out new episodes weekly on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Again, I'm Ryan Gray. Thanks for joining us. We'll have rugby here in just a couple of minutes.
Cedar Falls, Southeast Polk, Cedar Rapids Jefferson, and Fort.
How long is that? All right, we're going to get started here in just a moment for the Class 2A State Championship. We have Waverly Shellrock in their black uniforms, and we have Fort Dodge in their white and green stripes. So, quick rundown of the rosters here. Waverly Shellrock, number 1, Cam Kramer. Number 2, Charlie Kramer. Number 3, Logan Lashbrook. Number 4, McIver Haggerty. Number 5, Merrick Haggerty. Number 6, Porter Behrens. Number 8, Cale Dewey. Number 9, Prentice Rule. Number 10, Easton Jorgensen. Number 11, Deegan Lewis. Number 12, Blake Porter. number 13, Nathan Moon, number 14, John Knife, and number 15, Peyton Moline. The coaches are Casey Hansen, Eric Wickham, and Colton Miller. Again, Waverly Shell Rock is sitting at 12-0, the number 1 seed, but they have a very tough and gritty opponent. Last year's number 2 state 2A runner-up in Fort Dodge. They are known as a team that gets better throughout the year, so a pretty tough draw there for Waverly Shell Rock. So for Fort Dodge, number 1, Jesse Egley. Number 2, Braden Reimers. Number 3, Jackson McQuillan. Number 4, Carlos Elias. Number 5, Drew Mason. 6, Cale Adams. 7, Hunter Casper Bauer. Number 8, Owen Stoke. Number 9, Gavin Peterson. Number 10, Quentin Jasky. 11, Corbin Davis. 12, Sam Davidson. 13, Brennan Stickrod. 14, Jace Scow. And the reserves, Albert Mirvold and Kwani Jordan. Coached by Tom McClyman and Corey Peterson.
I will start the scoreboard, but in rugby sevens.
All right, we're going to get started here. In the middle, we have James Gaddia.
The serve on the pitch. Again,
Beautiful night for rugby. The sun is getting ready to set. It will be looking right at us. We got Andrew Ridgway, referee, as an AR on the side. All right.
Jerseys the entire night, but just for this one. 7 minutes on the clock. Here's the kickoff. As Fort Dodge kicks off right to left under now, the Go Hawks taking it in. The 1 seed Go Hawks are undefeated here this evening coming into this. They've got the ball.
All right, so Waverly moving that ball. Fort Dodge being very patient, very aggressive on the defense here.
Coming out the right-hand side of the Go Hawks. Go Hawks trying to find something.
Fort Dodge not able to get that one-on-one tackle. Waverly being patient on the attack. Finding a gap here, finding some space. Ball hits the dirt. And again, being very patient, waiting for those gaps to open up. A good hard run. Breaks through for some space. And he gets caught from behind, but he has support coming. And the support is there, sets a good breakdown, ready to go, but good tackling there by Fort Dodge to stop any quick movement. But now there's a 3-on-2, but that ball hits the turf. Fort Dodge defense doing a great job to recover after the break, make a great tackle, and being patient on defense, they force the knock-on. So that'll be a scrum for Fort Dodge.
Run, yeah, good support, took the tackle, got the ball set correctly, we had support there, just keep the ball alive, but a few plays later, we gave up.
So big meters there gained by Waverly Shell Rock, but the chase down tackle from Fort Dodge has Waverly on their back foot when they reset on offense, and just a 3-on-2 opportunity, but looking ahead there, got away from him. So there's the ball. Now Fort Dodge for the first time tonight on offense. And they find some space. And same thing, a chase down tackle here. Good support there, little offload pass. But very similar from Fort Dodge. They find some space, a chase down tackle from Waverly, and just trying to be quick, trying to do a little too much there, trying to force it because they see that opportunity. You know, you're the 8 seed going against the number 1 seed, trying to make something happen and just knock on leads to now a Waverly scrum. About 4.5 minutes to go in this first half.
Very good hand, Tom McClendon.
Go Hawks will drop it into the scrum. That is Jorgensen, who's been really electric this year. 0-0, 4:15 to go in the first half. Go Hawks win the scrum. Ball up the middle.
And that coaching staff from Waverly, they love to re-attack from the scrum. A 2-on-1, finds space on the edge, cuts back in. Pick and go, looking for that support. And look at that back line set up by Waverly. Can they make the most of it? Fort Dodge pushing it to the outside. Waverly using the whole width of the field, finding space. But a great tackle there by Fort Dodge. And again, Waverly has a great backline setup, but again, trying to do a little too much. Trying to force something here, causes a knock on. Scrum to Fort Dodge.
You can't come from the backside and win a title.
We have to release that ball, try to set it up, wait for their
So
support.
it'll be a scrum.
So substitution here for Fort Dodge. About 3 minutes to go in this first half.
Change. Ball's right
Feels like both of these teams are just trying to feel each other out,
in the first half. Still 0.
find their bearings. First match of the night for 2A state championship. You want to win a title, you got to win 3-0. One team tonight will be 3-0. All starts right here. Just a simple take up in the middle of the field.
This is what we expected to see from them.
Fort Dodge not trying to force anything. Gavin Peterson outside wide there. Hard run. And Waverly gets in there and forces a steal before that offensive ruck can get there. This is a huge change in momentum. A pick and go. Breaks the tackle. And that's going to be the first try of the night for Waverly Shellrock. That's going to be Logan Lashbrook, number 3. And you always want to touch that down in between the posts for an easy 2 points from the center, but no kick in rugby is easy with that drop goal.
Defensive line, I mean, couldn't have played it any better. Of course, who wants to tackle that guy this week?
He's perfectly built for this sport. Yeah, absolutely perfectly built for this sport.
And the kick is good, so Waverly takes a 7-0 lead with about 2 minutes to go in this first half of our first match.
Well done, well played.
Yeah. Well, we'll take it right after this.
All right, so when this kick
Okay, yep.
starts up, we'll have about a minute and a half to go in this first half.
Tries worth 5 points, and that's successful conversion for another 2.
Did you hear the try?
Nice kick.
Yep. Okay.
Fort Dodge fields it.
Recap that.
Good support there from Fort Dodge. Now looking to make something happen. It is short time. Huge momentum here. If Fort Dodge can score, we have a close to even match at halftime. If Waverly can force a turnover and take a 2-score advantage, that would be huge going into the second half. Look for Fort Dodge to try to make something happen, but not try to force anything where a mistake could lead to a 2-try deficit. It's a hard hole to climb out of in the second half of the state tournament. So referee blows the whistle here.
And they really just made that.
Looks like time is off. We do have an injury. A Fort Dodge player is down. They are injured.
On the clock, Fort Dodge has a young man that's
Play pause for injury time.
I've said this many times.
So the referee will have the time off right now. And so our time on the clock is not going to be what the referee has, but we do have about 30 seconds to go in this first half. So we'll take a quick pause and we'll return when we're ready to go.
Jerseys here, and on the honor game, might as well. I was down there when they said that.
All right, and we are back. So that player runs off on their own strength. We do have a scrum to Fort Dodge with about 30 to 45 seconds left to go in the first half.
He's going to resume when this
So again, I don't look for Fort Dodge to try to do anything crazy here that would, have an unforced error where Waverly would definitely take advantage. So looking to run. But unfortunately, even trying to play it safe, they make a mistake. The knock on inside their own 20. Huge scoring opportunity for Waverly. If they can score before the half, that would be a huge advantage for Waverly to start with a 2-try advantage. So with less than 30 seconds to go, Waverly will have the put with less than 20 yards to go.
First half, in this quarterfinal against the 8 seed. Ball toss to the right-hand side. We go Hawks, one scrum.
Hard running there. Fort Dodge meets them.
Yards out.
Player felt like they were high, so they let go.
From Clarksville, Bulls over some people. He's just
And now we see a 2-on-2. Runs through one. Not releasing, so penalty on Waverly. Fort Dodge is going to go quick. Trying to make something happen here. So it should probably be close to the last play. So the referee says not rolling away. Another penalty awarded to Fort Dodge. They have about 75 yards to go.
Okay. Fort Dodge got a tap start, Hawks gonna get back.
A little dummy, and he is gone. That's number 12. He does have a chaser, but he is going to score. That is junior Sam Davidson. A little pick and go, throws a fake dummy pass. Waverly bites on it, and he takes it the distance to end the first half here. That is a huge swing in momentum. Waverly up 7-5, the kick to come from Carlos Elias.
The senior.
You just can't relax in this game. There is no line.
And the kick is no good. So Waverly will have a 7-5 lead going into halftime.
Got a great game. At half, Waverly shall run.
Back to the second half, go Hawks lead by just 2 measly points. This is the state quarterfinals on the Gateway Sports Network.
All right, so Waverly Shell Rock up 7-5 over Fort Dodge in our first match of the night. Tonight, this stream is brought to you by Convergence Acquisitions. They combine smart technology, deep data analysis, and proven legal strategies to drive results for small and mid-sized business, credit unions, banks, EMS providers, and more. Their team delivers compliant, high-performance collections built on transparency, precision. Off the clock, they've spent over a decade supporting youth rugby in Cedar Rapids and across Iowa. Because strong communities start with strong teams, Convergence Acquisitions, performance, integrity, and results that move you forward. So again, thank you to Convergence Acquisitions for making this possible so we can stream tonight. We also want to say thank you to BBP Sport. They are a kit and rugby uniform provider here in Central Iowa. They are also a sponsor of the stream, and also the University of Northern Iowa men's rugby program. They've had a strong tradition going to the 15s nationals the last 4 years. They've also been to the 7s nationals the last 4 out of 5 years. Thank you to BBP Sport, UNI Men's Rugby, and Convergence Acquisitions for making tonight possible. We have 7 more minutes in this first match. Again, what an amazing match to start us off. We knew this would be a good one. You know, you think normally a number 1 versus number 8, the number 1 should have a strong advantage, but this Fort Dodge team is gritty. This Fort Dodge team, they get better throughout the year. They have a 6-5-1 record, but they finished runner-up. They've got players who've played high-level select side Iowa selects before, but this Waverly team, calm, cool, and collected. That 2 points could come back huge. And on the kickoff, Waverly earns it back. Fort Dodge knocks it on trying to catch it, but we're going to play the advantage. Good hard run there. And Waverly has a break. And a huge, huge opportunity there from Waverly. They make the most of it. Fort Dodge, they get to return the kickoff to start the half, but it bounces off the Fort Dodge player, and Waverly is able to score within the first 45 seconds to take a 12-5 lead with a kick to come. And Cam Kramer with a quick try. That's the thing with this Waverly team. You can't give them any space, otherwise they can take it the distance. The kick is up, and that kick is huge. Because with that kick, they're now up 9 points. That's going to be a 2-try advantage.
Come on, go Hawks! Keep it up! Keep it up!
Sorry, that was Charlie Kramer with the try, but Cam Kramer with the kick. So here we go.
On that successful conversion.
So Waverly up 14-5. Good return. Can he do it himself? Oh, and he has good support, but instead of offloading, he goes to the ground, he rolls it to his teammate. But no release, penalty on Waverly. And it looks like they're going to go back another 10 meters. So about 25 yards to go. Huge opportunity here for Fort Dodge to get right back into this game. Quick tap, and he's just going to try to take it on his own, but he trips. But again, good support there from Fort Dodge. Nothing fancy, just hands down the line. So when Fort Dodge was trying to go for a ruck, they came in from the side on their own offensive ruck. Big mistake there from Fort Dodge. Gives the ball right back to Waverly with about 4.5 minutes to go. Space on the side. He had all the room to run, but on that pass, he knocks it on. So now a scrum to Fort Dodge. So again, last year, Waverly, they ended up finishing in the top 4. Fort Dodge was the runner-up. Waverly won the state title 2 years ago. Cedar Falls was our state champion last year. So here comes a scrum to Fort Dodge. Huge opportunity here for Fort Dodge. Can they take advantage of this opportunity with a short field? So they win the scrum. Fake switch to the side. He's going to find a gap. Gets tackled. Oh, he tries to offload it, but his support goes to ruck instead of for the offload pass. Just a poor communication there. 2 guys on 2 different ideas. But now Waverly cutting up through the middle, looking for his support. He's slowing down to let his support catch up to him. 5 guys are there from Fort Dodge, but now Waverly is set up. Good little pick and go. And the defense there from Fort Dodge is all mixed up. Good pass to the outside. So you have 3 players bunched up from Fort Dodge around that tackle. And you can see Waverly, they've got numbers on the outside. They're trying to go quick. Some bad passes there because they knew they had numbers on the outside. Oh, but he loses the ball forward, so it's going to be advantage to Fort Dodge. Fort Dodge has the ball. Again, about 2.5 minutes to go. We're going to bring it back to a scrum for Fort Dodge. After this match, we will have the 4 seed Iowa City West at 9-3 against the 5 seed Cedar Falls, who is 8-4. Again, Cedar Falls, the returning state champions, and Iowa City West making their return to the state playoffs after about 8 years off.
Pushing right now on the scrum. Easy.
So Fort Dodge with the win in the scrum. Looking for space, finds a gap, breaks a tackle, and he's going to take it the distance. There is a chaser. I don't think he has enough space. And a big try, and he centers it. Huge score off of the scrum. Takes it about 70 meters for the score. Big kick coming up here from Carlos Elias. And that kick is good. Waverly still leads 14-12. The difference, a missed conversion kick. So we have about 1.5 minutes to go. Fort Dodge will kick this off. So Fort Dodge needs to get this ball back. Look for Waverly to just play a very strong and slow, controlled offense after catching this ball. Fort Dodge is going to do whatever they can to get this ball back. They kick it deep. All right, so Waverly did not catch the ball, bounces around a little bit, and they're going to play on. A little pick and go, but he doesn't have support. Breaking some tackles. Breaks another tackle. And forget being conservative, he's just going to put some points on the board to put this out of reach. There's about 30 seconds to go. So a huge score there by Waverly Shell Rock. Again, I was thinking, you know, hey, slow it down, run some pods, maybe put 2 people in the ruck, really slow it down. Nope, that's not Waverly Shell Rock's MO. If they can get a chance to score points, they're gonna score points, and they do. They're up 19-12 with less than 30 seconds to go. Kick is up, and that is good. It is a 2-score game with very little time remaining. Let's see what the referee says here. We may have time for another kickoff.
Yeah, that's right. You don't need to get extra reps. Save yourself. You're hoping to have 2 more matches tonight. Get all that.
Last 10 seconds count.
But that was huge. That was absolutely huge. Dewey with a huge play. Kick high up in the air. Fort Dodge going to catch it at their own 25-yard line.
All right, so Fort Dodge may not have enough time here for 2 scores, but they're gonna fight till the very end, to the final whistle here. High tackle, so penalty on Waverly Shell Rock. So Fort Dodge, Carlos Elias, he takes it. Good little offload, but miscommunication, there is a knock-on, and that is going to be the final. Waverly Shell Rock is moving on, and they win 21-12. Waverly will move on to the semifinals, and Fort Dodge will have a chance to compete still for 5th place. All right, up next we will have Cedar Falls and Iowa City West. All right, so our next match here, we have Iowa City West, the 4 seed at 9-3. Cedar Falls, the returning state champions, the 5 seed at 8-4. We are getting right into it here. And there's the kick. Cedar Falls will be in the red. Iowa City West is in the green. Kind of looks like black on our screen here. Cedar Falls with the ball to start the match. And they are off and running. And they're going to score here in the first 20 seconds of the match. Again, this Cedar Falls team, they may have had a slow start this year, but the second half of the season, they've really found their stride, and they look like that team from last year that won the state title. That's what they're known for, really pushing the edge, really pushing the pace with their speed, and starting off with the score 20 seconds in. The kick is no good. Cedar Falls is up 5-0. Our center referee here is going to be Eric Frana. Eric Frana, a current member of the Bremer County Bucks. He's also the head coach of Cedar Rapids Prairie.
Did he make it?
No.
Missed it.
Ball doesn't go 10, but he's going to play it. Tries to offload, but it is a knock on advantage Cedar Falls, but they're just going to take it and run. And again, that running rugby from Cedar Falls, they want to be moving. So referee calls a penalty there. Cedar Falls is going to go quick, a quick tap, looking for space. And he's just going to run to the side on his own, creates a little 2-on-1. And the 2-on-1 works, and he's going to find it, dot it down for another try.
Good hands, Kyle.
A lot of speed from this Cedar Falls team, and that's what they want to do. Iowa City West makes a mistake, and the kick is good. Iowa City makes a mistake, and Cedar Falls is quick to jump on top of it and use that speed. I'd like to see that player, you know, maybe make a pass instead of running sideways there, but he finds a way to create the 2-on-1 on the outside and makes the most of it. They are now up 12-0. Again, this Cedar Falls team, state champion last year, they definitely have found their form. And the Iowa City player unable to catch the kick. And the defense from Cedar Falls is pushing this Iowa City team backwards. But he is tackled in there, and it looks like we are going to have a scrum here. So 5-meter scrum to Cedar Falls. Another major scoring opportunity here for Cedar Falls. So Iowa City West brought the ball into their own tri-zone on their own power. And Cedar Falls tackled them, so Cedar Falls gets that scrum. And he's just going to do a pick and go and do it himself. Another try for Cedar Falls.
Try out of the scrum for scrum half.
All right, and here comes the kick. And it's good. Cedar Falls, again, looking to use that speed. They are up 19-0 with over 3 minutes to go in this first half.
Successful conversion.
A nice high kick right past 10 meters. So Cedar Falls gets it off the knock on the advantage, but Cedar Falls, look at them just trying to go quick here. So they're going to bring it back to the scrum. So when Iowa City West went to go catch that ball, they did knock it on. Cedar Falls was not able to gain that advantage. So we're going to bring it back to the knock-on for a scrum. And another big scoring opportunity here for Cedar Falls. Only 30 yards to go to the try line. And look for them to try to do something quick. A little substitution here.
The other team, if they can take advantage of that ball forward, they're going to let it. If it doesn't happen, then they'll bring it back.
I'm kidding. I mean, I'm not that's what it is. An interesting thing.
And Iowa City West pushes it back. But again, there is a rule in U18 in the high school. You cannot drive a scrum more than 2 meters. So they're going to bring it back to Cedar Falls.
Go Tigers! Yeah!
So Cedar Falls wins that scrum, and he's going to pick and reverse, go weak side. And again, he's looking to do it himself. He's going to have a hat trick here. And another try for Cedar Falls. And that's Kuba Patterson. That's his 3rd try of the game. So not the start here Iowa City West wanted. But yeah, Cedar Falls up 24-0 with about a minute to go in this first half.
This is the most parity you're going to see in a Rugby state tournament. I don't remember seeing this much parity.
That was the referee, right? He was good.
No doubt.
All right, so with about a minute to go here, Cedar Falls with another kickoff. Another nice high kick. Doesn't go 10, but he tips it back to his teammate. Let's see, this is going to be like the first time Iowa City West has had a chance on offense here to really put something together of their own. And that pressure defense from Cedar Falls is really causing some problems for Iowa City West. Penalty. Cedar Falls not releasing there, so man in the middle, Eric Frana, he's got a penalty for Iowa City West.
Penalty awarded to West.
So quick tap here. And that ball's on the turf. Iowa City West trying to regroup here. And he's got a man outside, running sideways there. And a knock on, and that knock on will take us to halftime. Cedar Falls up 24-0. 24-0 is our score. We are at halftime here. All right, again, this stream is brought to you by Convergence Acquisitions. Thank you to Convergence Acquisitions for being a sponsor. They combine smart technology, deep data analysis, and proven legal strategies to drive results for small and mid-sized businesses, credit unions, banks, EMS providers, and more. Their team delivers compliant, high-performance collections built on transparency and precision off the clock. They've spent over a decade supporting youth rugby in Cedar Rapids and across Iowa. Because strong communities start with a strong team. Convergence Acquisitions, performance, integrity, and results that move you forward. This stream is also brought to you by the University of Northern Iowa Men's Rugby Program. That program is proud to boast multiple players from the Iowa Youth Rugby Association and multiple appearances in the NCR 15s and 7s national tournaments over the past 5 years. Also, BBP Sport, the top kit and rugby uniform provider in the state of Iowa. So thank you to these groups for sponsoring the stream, for making this possible to be on our YouTube channel tonight. We appreciate you for joining us. We are the B-Side Boys Rugby Podcast. Check out new episodes every week where we have interviews with players, coaches from high school, college, senior side, international. We'll have some stuff coming up. The Pacific Nations Cup is coming this September. Also, women's rugby, the USA women's team is also doing some awesome stuff. So check us out, Spotify, Apple Podcast, B-Side Boys Rugby Podcast. So after this match, we will have the 2-seed Ankeny against the 7-seed Cedar Rapids Jefferson. So Waverly Shell Rock won the first match over Fort Dodge 21-12. The winner of this match will face Waverly at 7:20. If you missed the first half, it was all Cedar Falls, all speed, all gas, no brakes. Head coach of University of Iowa, Tyler Daly, the AR, the assistant referee on this side, wearing the hat because we are looking directly into the sun. It may be mid-70s, but with that sun beating down on the turf, it feels a little bit warmer. But it is perfect weather for the state tournament here. No rain, no clouds, no wind, and we are ready to go for this second half. Let's see if Cedar Falls can keep the gas at full throttle. Cedar Falls has been all gas, no brakes in the first half, and again, they kicked it high, but that pressure on defense forces Iowa City West to be now in the shadow of their own goalpost. They've got something on the side here, but Cedar Falls is able to swarm, but an offload pass there. So good little bit of rugby there, a little two-man tackle, and he offloads. And they do have advantage. So we're gonna bring it back to the penalty. Referee has a penalty for being offside. Cedar Falls was offsides there. You know, there hasn't been that many breakdowns for Iowa City West. So Cedar Falls finding themselves offside. And again, big pressure there from Cedar Falls. Ball hits the turf. And Cedar Falls is able to get them into the try zone. And they're about taking him out the back. Tries to just kick it just to get some breathing room. But now Cedar Falls has the ball. Defense for Iowa City West. They've gotten into a position here. But Cedar Falls trying to quickly find the edge. And that's going to be another try for Cedar Falls. And this roster for Cedar Falls, number 2, Kyle Bailey, 16, Carson Becker, 20, Owen Dillinger, 11, Kuba Patterson, 14, Dennis Solomanovic, 9, Jack Carter. 1, Caden Sugden. 19, Gabe Showalter. 8, Peyton Pontiac. 10, Owen Hatcher. 13, Cooper Erickson. 3, Robbie Green. 15, Tom Green. And 17, Ashton Duffy. And the coach, Brent Piper. And the kick is good. With about 5 minutes to go in this second half. Again, winner faces Waverly Shellrock at 7:20. Iowa City West has number 3, Ben Morley, 2, Sterling Warren, 6, Dylan Williamson, 7, Justin Avila, 15, Nick Kaler, 9, Connor Duncan, 4, Philip Longmire. We'll get the reserves and the coaches here in just a second, but here comes the kick. Score is 31-0. Cedar Falls is up. Another nice high kick. Pressure coming from Cedar Falls defense. Finding space on the edge. Good offensive ruck there from Iowa City West to keep possession here. Cutting through the defense a bit. But Cedar Falls being patient, making their tackles. Creates a turnover. There's a little offload. Offload leads to a knock-on. So the reserves for Iowa City West, number 1, Elijah Davis, 5, Marcus English, 14, Lincoln Bott, 8, Robbie Hatcher, 11, Mohammed Badur, 12, Tage Zimmerman, 13, Tara Lowe. Coaches, head coach Josh Fleming, Drew Snyder, assistant coach, and Robert Hatcher, assistant coach. Again, they've had a nice season this year, but Cedar Falls really finding their form second half of the season. Scrum to Iowa City West. Iowa City West with the victory in the scrum. He's going to find some space, looking for support. Dominant tackle from Cedar Falls, but Iowa City West maintains possession. Looking for space on the side. Again, playing against a team like Cedar Falls that has so much speed, it's hard to attack the edge. But there's a good step, finds space in the middle, and they're going to be fighting to the very end here. Try awarded, Iowa City West. Like I said,
Jefferson may be making their first state tournament.
Two to go before it's 2A state championships here for boys.
All right, so our next match, our next quarterfinal match, we have the number 2 seed Ankeny at 10-1-1 against the number 7 seed Cedar Rapids Jefferson at 7-5. The Ankeny lineup, we have number 4, Brandon Bogseth. Number 12, Owen Wasco. Number 7, Judah McKay. Number 9, John Newman. Number 3, Nolan Bennett. Number 13, Jake Golwitzer. Number 5, Jacob Hand. Number 8, Ryan Smith. Number 14, Lucas Jurovich. Number 6, Ference Fayawanan. Number 10, Cameron Enos. Number 2, Xavier Kaniaru. Coached by Jordan Sanderson, Hunter Staub, and Justin McKay. Again, this Ankeny team has had a fantastic season. They will be in the gray uniforms for this matchup. Their BBP Sport uniforms. Then in the blue, we have Cedar Rapids Jefferson making their debut in the playoffs. Number 1, Braden Olson. Number 2, Nasir Ballard. Number 3, Jaden McCauley. Number 4, Anthony Snowdy. Number 5, Everest Makabu. Number 6, Ashara Colorolario. Number 7, Braden Gaines. Number 8, Markin Rasan. Number 9, Caleb Jackson. 10, Boss Bijanisa. Number 11, Austin Robertson. Number 12, Danielle Jolly. Number 13, Cam Riggins. And then we have our coaches, Joseph Boali, Matt Warbus, and Adam Holm. All right. So there is the kickoff. So again, Ankeny in the gray, 10-1-1. Cedar Rapids Jefferson in the blue. A pick and go to start off. Ankeny has shown balance all year, but good supporting rugby from Cedar Rapids Jefferson. But Ankeny holding strong here. But we have a penalty, diving over. So a penalty to Cedar Rapids Jeff. They're going to go quick. He's looking for a teammate, but he just takes it himself. Ankeny with the poach. So it's getting a little sloppy. So we are going to have a knock on Ankeny, and bringing it back to Cedar Rapids Jefferson. A short field here. Can Cedar Rapids Jefferson make the most of the short field against one of the top teams in the state?
Scrum's going to be awarded to Jefferson.
Washington, 12 yards out on the right-hand side.
And this is a huge scoring opportunity for Cedar Rapids Jefferson. So they've got a nice little pattern here, but a knock on. They're just running hands, and again, you're at the state tournament, you want to make something happen here. Just unfortunate mistake here. You see that try line, you know you're close. So now Ankeny is going to have the put, and they have about the length of the field to go. Center referee, Andrew Ridgway. He's the head coach of the West Des Moines Wombats. Seen him on the stream a lot this year. So that ball comes out the tunnel. We're going to have another go here. Scrum half thought he was going to get away with some here. Just a nice little quick takeoff, but bringing it back.
We see the players manifesting the scrum set up. Leaders behind are set up as side judges.
So again, we're seeing a lot of these teams first half really trying to find their footing, test some things out, nothing crazy. So a penalty on Cedar Rapids Jefferson for being offsides. So you can hear the coaches just yelling to get back for Jefferson, and Ankeny is off and running. Swarm tackle there, a lot of people there. They get him down. Ooh, gets that ball out in front, but a good defensive tackle there. The pressure by Jefferson is causing Ankeny some issues, but they've got a man on the wing, unmarked. Can he get through? Looking for support. Getting real messy in that tackle, but that ball squirts out and then just a little pick and go. But we are going to have a penalty, bringing it back to the penalty. So Judah McKay here, quick tap, gets it out wide. So another penalty off. All right. Again, we apologize for the technical difficulties. Camera's overheating here. We're looking directly into the sun. It's overheating us. We haven't had this problem yet. Again, it's too nice of a night. But this stream is brought to you by Convergence Acquisitions. If you want more information, give that QR code a scan. And then thank you again to IAYRA and BBP Sport for their sponsorships for tonight as well. So again, Ankeny is the number 2 seed. They come in with a record of 10-1-1. Cedar Rapids Jefferson at 7-5. And right before halftime, Ankeny kicks off. Cedar Rapids Jefferson scores on a breakaway up the middle. Then Cedar Rapids Jefferson kicks off, and Ankeny, with no time left on the clock, does not touch the ball. They don't catch it. Cedar Rapids Jefferson rushes down, gets that ball, scores to take the lead and momentum. So a deep kick, Ankeny with possession. High tackle on Jefferson. So Ankeny is off and running. Again, all year this Ankeny team has really impressed me with their mix of speed and size. They've been moving nonstop very well. So again, an offsides penalty on Cedar Rapids Jefferson. And they're going to try to go weak side here. They've got numbers, a little 2-on-1. Great piece of rugby there. You create the 2-on-1, you bring in the defender, easy offload, and an easy 5 points. And that's what you come to expect from this Ankeny team. So now we're tied at 12-12 with the kick to come. And we're 1 minute down in this second half. And the kick is good. So a low kick, but it is good.
I mean, that thing needed to get 10 feet. It was 11 feet over. It looked like it was going to be short. It did look like it was going to be short. It looked like it might have landed on the bar. It was so low. So that is Ankeny in the lead. The difference is what we've been talking about, conversions.
All right, and there's the kick. Very high. Oh, and that bounces in favorable for Ankeny. So Jefferson had all the momentum in the world coming into the second half, but Ankeny is doing a great job to take control and show who they are here. But a knock-on by Ankeny. So now can Jefferson slow this Ankeny attack down and create their own attack? Again, this stream is brought to you by Convergence Acquisitions. They are the title sponsor of tonight's live stream here on YouTube. If you want more information on them, give that QR code a scan in the bottom left corner. Again, thank you to BBP Sport. They provide top quality uniforms in the state of Iowa and the Midwest for rugby uniforms, and also the University of Northern Iowa Men's Club. You want to be a part of a top club program in the country, the University of Northern Iowa is the place to go in Cedar Falls, Iowa. A lot of players from Iowa Youth Rugby Association on that team. Right now, we have the number 2 seed Ankeny with 14 against Cedar Rapids Jefferson with 12. Hard running there, but Ankeny able to poke that ball out. Nice little turnover there, and now they're working. Penalty. And Ankeny's going to go quick. They're taking advantage of the inexperience. From Jefferson. You notice they're not getting back 10 quick enough. Referee's going to start it over. Another penalty. He wants to see that defense get back 10. Ankeny being very patient. A nice hard little take there. Now Ankeny's going to look to create a 2-on-1 out wide. High tackle. High tackle. Now just a quick go here. Oh, he tries the offload. But the offload to nobody. But we are going to bring it back. There is another penalty. Actually, sorry. It's a knock-on. Knock-on by Jefferson. A scrum to Ankeny. All right, so a short field here, about 2.5 minutes to go in the second half. Ankeny has it. They got a 3-on-3 here. Oh, and he makes 2 tacklers commit. And that's going to be a try for Ankeny. Again, another clinical little piece of work there from Ankeny. It's a 3-on-3. He takes a hard line. 2 defenders crash down to make that tackle, which makes a very easy offload and a very short field, very short space. But that kick is no good. So it is going to be 19-12. That means with that unsuccessful conversion, it's a 1-score game with less than 2 minutes to go. And as we've seen, the Cedar Rapids Jefferson team, they can score from anywhere. They just need to catch this kickoff and see what they do. Start with that kickoff. And we know they can score from anywhere. Less than 2 minutes to go, about a minute and a half. Good high kick. Ankeny player looks ready to defend. And Ankeny is going to catch that restart. And another penalty. Quick tap, little offload. And they're just running hard right into the teeth of the Cedar Rapids Jefferson defense. Really impressed with how this Jefferson team has played, but Ankeny has just shown that they have been too much in this second half, and there is another try for Ankeny. So huge off the restart. You hit that high kick, Ankeny catches it in the air. A penalty on Cedar Rapids Jefferson. Ankeny takes advantage of the short field. And again, I'm really impressed with this number 7 seed Cedar Rapids Jefferson coming right at Ankeny. But in the second half, Ankeny just proved to be a little too much. But still, it's a 14-point match. 2-try game. Jefferson needs to score quickly and get the ball quick again. Not technically out of it, but not looking great here. Up next, we'll have the host, Cedar Rapids, Washington, against Southeast Polk after this match. So it is a knock-on.
Trying to stop that ball, and he knocks it on. There's maybe like 10 seconds left to go. If you're Ankeny, you win it, you kick it out, right?
Yeah, they could just run one play up to the middle, set up the run, get it out.
So zero's on the clock now. Yeah, zero's.
All right.
So if I'm there, I'm kicking it to the count.
So Ankeny looks like they're going to take this.
Jeff won this run.
So Jefferson has the ball. They're going to keep fighting here. You're at state. You want to score. You're in front of, you're in Cedar Rapids, so you probably got a lot of fans and friends here. And that's the great thing about rugby, right? You're going to play till that final whistle.
That's right. It's the loser's mentality that I have.
And that is the match. Ankeny wins 26-12. So Ankeny will face the winner of Cedar Rapids Wash and Southeast Polk at 8 p.m. Congratulations, Cedar Rapids Jefferson. What a great match out of them. A 7 seed going toe-to-toe with Ankeny, but Ankeny just proved to be too much. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back.
The Rugby State Tournament on the Gateway Sport.
All right, and again, this stream is brought to you by Convergence Acquisitions. Convergence Acquisitions. They combine smart technology, deep data analysis, and proven legal strategies to drive results for small and mid-sized businesses, credit unions, banks, EMS providers, and more. Their team delivers compliant, high-performance collections built on transparency and precision. Off the clock, they've spent over a decade supporting youth rugby in Cedar Rapids and across Iowa. Because strong communities start with strong teams, Convergence Acquisitions, performance, integrity, and results that move you forward. So this next match, Cedar Rapids Wash will be in the white with red, So number 7, Johnny Knepper. Number 1, Tyshawn Young. Number 4, Alexander Kane. Number 24, Alex Taylor. Number 12, Mackay Rogers. Number 3, Camden Hampshire. Number 21, Braden Albert. 18, Eli Eaton. 15, Saul Irvin. Number 2, Rowan Shaughnessy. Number 23, Will Barnes. Number 8, Logan Piercy. Number 15, Carter Patterson. Number 9, Wyatt Young. Number 22, Nick Riley Jr. Number 5, Mason Bahas. And the coaches, Patrick Lawson in his 10th year, Lucas Duheim at 8th year, Jack Novak in his 2nd, and Tate Sakura in his 2nd year. We'll get the Southeast Polk lineup here in just a moment because we are ready for the kickoff. And notice, you can hear this home crowd. It's going to be loud. They are getting after it here. All right, so again, Cedar Rapids, Washington is going to be in the white with the red sleeves. They kick it deep. Southeast Polk in the black jerseys. We have a penalty for diving over on Cedar Rapids, Washington. And a quick tap, they're just going to run right at Cedar Rapids. High tackle, another penalty. Jeff McHenry in the middle as our referee. And again, notice, Southeast Polk, they just want to run right at Cedar Rapids, Washington and really challenging them. Now they're spinning it out wide, looking for space on that wing. And Southeast Polk really spreading, trying to use the whole field. Use the whole field side to side while moving forward. But Cedar Rapids, Washington, very patient and a dominant tackle there. You can hear this home crowd. They love it. But Southeast Polk stays on offense. Again, Southeast Polk comes in as the 6th seed, one of the most historic clubs in the state. They know how to perform here at the state tournament, and he finds space on the edge. He's going to take it the distance. There are a couple of chasers, but he will touch it down for a try center. So Southeast Polk starts the scoring in their roster. Number 1, Evan Tolari. Number 2, Jesse Schumacher. Number 3, Ethan Tolari. Number 4, Quinn Rollins. 5, Griffin Wilhelm. 6, Sawyer Beaucamp. 7, Andrew Shannon. 8, Ethan Clater. 9, Devin Knoof. 10, Truman Pinegar. 11, Maddox Messias. Number 12, Dallas Lane. 13, Rylan Gual. Number 14, Sean Cameron. And 15, Brad Ward. And the kick is good. All right. So right now, Southeast Polk is up 7-0 with about 5 minutes to go. After this match, we will have Waverly Shellrock against Cedar Falls in our first semifinal of the night. A nice high kick, little offload, spin, trying to spin out of a tackle. Good job going to ground. And he finds a gap in the middle, and he's going to take off. And Cedar Rapids, Washington punches right back. And again, you can hear this home crowd going wild. Cedar Rapids, Washington has been patient so far, and they found that gap, and they have the speed to capitalize, take it the distance. We got about 4 minutes to go in this first half, and here comes the kick to see if we can tie it up. And the kick is good. We are all tied up in this number 3 versus number 6 matchup. All right, and here's the kick. It's low and deep. Off of his leg. Oh, and that is going to be a knock-on. And Cedar Rapids Wash, they have the advantage, but we're going to play the knock-on. A lapse there by Southeast Polk, something we don't normally see from them. They're a pretty sound bunch, but ball goes off the leg. He tries to recover, knocks it on. If Cedar Rapids Wash can take advantage of this, they have a short field, 20 meters to go for a try. This is a huge opportunity. Moments like this is that they make the difference. They make all the difference in matches like this. You have a short field, unforced errors. Take advantage of this when you can. And he kind of struggles to pick it up, and the scrum half is able to make that tackle. But they still get the ball out, but Cedar Rapids, Washington knocks it on. So unfortunate error there by Cedar Rapids, Washington. Wasted opportunity. Can their defense get this ball back? Southeast Polk, they have other plans. They want to go the distance here, about 80 meters until that try zone. Scrum to Southeast Polk.
2:20 to go in the first half, tied 7-7, final quarterfinal of the evening.
So again, Southeast Polk not a space you want to be, but Cedar Rapids, Washington gets the steal. They get it out wide. It's a one-on-one. Hard running. And try awarded for Cedar Rapids, Washington. Huge moment there. Huge moment. We talk about how they lost the ball previously due to a knock-on. And how do they respond? They get the ball back by stealing it in the scrum. They create a one-on-one, and it's just he wanted it more than the other guy. Running through, good hard running, makes it happen, puts the team on his back. Call him Greg Jennings. So the kick is no good. Cedar Rapids washes up 12-7 with about a minute and 20 seconds to go. And this has been one of the best opening rounds I have seen. This is the 15th year of the Iowa Youth Rugby Association state tournament. And to have matches as close as they are in this first round is just great to see. You know, the number 1 versus number 8 with Waverly Shellrock against Fort Dodge was down to the final 2 minutes before Waverly was able to pull away. We're seeing close matches. And look at this little bit of running from Southeast Polk. They're going to want to score here before half, but a nice defensive counter ruck there from Cedar Rapids, Washington. But hands in the ruck by Cedar Rapids, Washington. And Southeast Polk is off and running. He's got good support, but he goes out of bounds into touch. That's going to be a line out for Cedar Rapids Wash. All right, so we have less than 20 seconds to go. This is our first line out of the night. With it being sevens, we rarely see line outs because teams are able to work their way back in. We got the Cedar Rapids Wash crowd. They're getting after it right in front of us here. So let's see here. Can they make something happen? And he's just going to throw it underhand there. Do what you know. The referee says it's good, and they spin it to the side. Finding space. He's got support. He's got an offload. Can he score? Can he break away? And he will. Massive try to end the first half. That is going to give them a 2-score advantage coming out of halftime. You win the set piece, you get it to the opposite wing as quick as you can, and you find space and you take it the distance. Great execution there by Cedar Rapids, Washington. All right. And that kick is no good. It is 17-7 at halftime. We will be right back in our final quarterfinal match of the evening. Tonight's stream is brought to you by Convergence Acquisitions. They combine smart technology, deep data analysis, and proven legal strategies to drive results for small and mid-sized businesses, credit unions, banks, EMS providers, and more. Their team delivers compliant, high-performance collections built on transparency and precision. Off the clock, they've spent over a decade supporting youth rugby in Cedar Rapids and across Iowa, because strong communities start with strong teams. Convergence Acquisitions, performance, integrity, and results that move you forward. For more information, scan the QR code on the screen now, and you'll see it in the bottom left corner throughout the match. Again, we are in our final quarterfinal matchup. We have the 3 seed, Cedar Rapids Wash, up 17-7 on Southeast Polk. The winner of this match will face Ankeny at 8 p.m. Up next, we'll have Waverly Shellrock against Cedar Falls. The winner of that match will go to the state championship for 2A. And what a beautiful night for rugby here in Cedar Rapids out at Mount Mercy University. Getting ready, teams are switching sides here. And you can hear the home crowd getting into it. All right. So Southeast Polk in the black, Cedar Rapids Wash in the white with red. Here comes the kick. A nice high kick. Oh, it hits ground, but Cedar Rapids Wash, they're on it quickly. Not much doing there, so go to ground and they'll just settle it. And look at the pressure there by Southeast Polk. But he finds some space and he cuts back in on that defense. And they've got space on the wing, but they're just unlucky. But look at the burst from this player here. Good support. Good support by Cedar Rapids Wash. And he's looking for space on his own. Oh, a shoestring tackle prevents a try. That ball squirts out, nice little offload, gets it to a teammate. Goes to ground, but a good counter ruck. Cedar Rapids Wash maintains possession, but this defense from Southeast Polk looking great. A lot of spin moves here from Cedar Rapids Wash, trying to make something happen. They've got the back line set. Makes a man miss, cuts it back inside. Offload to another teammate. He's got one man to beat, and he will. And within 1 minute into the second half, Cedar Rapids Washington will score the first try of the second half to take a 22-7 lead. The kick to come. What a way to start in this second half. That's exactly what you want to do. You get that kickoff, you don't pressure anything, you don't force anything, and just make a man miss, create the 2-on-1 on the wing, and let the speed do the rest. Cedar Rapids, Washington, I read that they have not beaten Southeast Polk in the state tournament in the history of their club. Could this be the first time? You got to feel confident with a 17-point lead and about 5 minutes to go in this second half. So now, Cedar Rapids Wash, they have a 17-point advantage. But you know this Southeast Polk team can score from anywhere on the pitch. Cedar Rapids, Washington needs to make their tackles. And for Southeast Polk, you got to use some of that magic. Find a gap, make something happen. You need at least 3 tries to take the lead. And look at this defensive pressure from Wash, really messing up the offense here. But with that defense coming up uneven, he finds a gap, but does he have the support? Nice little offload, but as he offloads, he runs into contact, but we do have a high tackle penalty, so it's a quick pick and go. And again, this is the danger of Southeast Polk. They're a very smart team with a lot of speed, can score from anywhere. Good little step, he's got support with him. Can Southeast Polk finish it off here? Running sideways to try to find space, and he does. And there's that first try they need to get back into this. So now it's 24-12. And the kick is no good from the center, so that is a tough break there for Southeast Polk. Cedar Rapids Wash with a 12-point lead. So again, I'm looking for Cedar Rapids Wash. Catch this ball and really, slow things down. Possession is key here. And don't force anything. Be patient. If you're patient with the ball here as Cedar Rapids, Washington, Southeast Polk is going to have to get desperate. And when teams get desperate, that's when mistakes happen. And it's a knock-on. So instead of Southeast Polk being desperate there, they play some good heads-up defense. They create a turnover quickly. If you're Southeast Polk, this is exactly what you need to do to get back into this game. And even though they're down 12, they look calm, cool, and collected, ready to go.
With the soccer pitch here, they do have the football line, so they use those when we talk about it.
And Cedar Rapids Wash, they were able to steal a scrum earlier. Looked like they almost stole that one, but the ball comes out the side, so we're going to reset here. Southeast Polk with the put again. All right, so he's going to pick and go weak side. He doesn't have support with him. But now they have that back line set and ready to go. Can they make the most of it? And that right there. Referees are going to talk here about what they saw. Big contact there. Critical call here. Let's see what they come up with. Either way, whatever they call, it's going to have an impact on this game. Center referee is going over to the sideline here, talking to the coach. All right, so let's see what the call is here. And it is going to be a forward pass by Southeast Polk. So a scrum to Cedar Rapids, Washington. All right. All right, and we are joined here by head coach of Ankeny, Jordan Sanderson. Jordan, how you doing?
Good. How's it going, Ryan?
Going pretty well. Hey, I just want to apologize real quickly. On the stream, with the sun beating down on us, the stream did go down a couple different times, but we got most of it. There was only about 2 30-second breaks. How's it feel down there on the field? Is it as hot as it feels in this press box right now?
It's not crazy. Not as hot as in here.
Yeah. How's the team doing? Cedar Rapids Jefferson, you know, one thing I love about this tournament, anybody has a chance to win tonight. You guys come in as the number 2 seed, but Cedar Rapids Jefferson pushed Ankeny to the limit. You know, what's your reaction to how that first match went?
Yeah, just giving it up to Jefferson. They got the playoff mindset, and they know that it's a tournament. They don't have time to start seeing the score here.
Oh, and a forward pass, Cedar Rapids Wash. They saw an opportunity, got a little too excited with the forward pass, but about a minute to go here in Southeast Polk. They need 2 tries. Yeah, I will say, you know, not great going into halftime where your guys didn't get that kickoff return, and Cedar Rapids Jefferson heads-up play. They score off their own kickoff. Amazing heads-up play. But your boys came out in the second half and looked like the Ankeny team we've seen all year, an Ankeny team that looks like you're going to compete for a title. Calm, cool, collected, and in control. What did you say to the boys at halftime to regroup?
I think they were still stuck in trying to feel out the competition. It's a bad habit we've had through the season, especially the last couple of weeks. I think they kind of got the mindset that we've won the games to qualify for state, and so they're just kind of existing. And I told them, you don't get to survive out here by existing tonight.
And I think, you know what, getting scored on right before halftime was the perfect way for them to wake up. You know, it did look like they were kind of going through the motions, like, there's zeros on the clock, and there's a try for Southeast Polk. And it looked like they were like, okay, we're going to go into halftime with the lead, whatever. And Cedar Rapids Jefferson was like, no, we're playing. And then when your boys came out in the second half, they're like, okay, yeah, we are playing. So congrats on that first win. You guys have the winner of this match, Cedar Rapids, Washington. What are you looking for as you go into the semifinal match against Wash?
Yeah, they're quick to the breakdown. They're an aggressive team. It's kind of where they earn their keep. They attack the breakdowns. They move the ball well. They're sneaky out on the wing. So it's really just a game of how well can you contain and defend.
Yeah, this Cedar Rapids Wash team has really impressed me. But I will say, whoops, yeah, it is 24-19 right now. Southeast Polk has a chance to win this right here. It looked like we had zeros on the clock, but that ball does not go 10, so we're going to go back to the 50 for a free kick. So again, there was a penalty conversation, so our clock was off. And that is the game. So unfortunate there for Southeast Polk. They make the mistake by not kicking it 10 meters. They had a chance to win, but not going 10. That's all it takes. That's going to be the difference. Cedar Rapids Wash will move into the semifinal. They'll play against Ankeny at 8 o'clock for a chance to go to the championship. Final score, Wash 24, Southeast Polk 19. Up next, we will have Waverly Shellrock against Cedar Falls. We will be right back. Graphic off. All right, and we are back. We are moving. So we are in our first semifinal of the night. We have Waverly Shellrock in the white with the black and gold stripes. They're kicking off first. And Cedar Falls, the defending state champion, in the red. These are two teams that have faced each other a lot in the playoffs. Again, this Cedar Falls team, they had a target on their back to start the year. They ended up with a record of 8-4. At one point, they had a losing record and they're on the outside looking in, and they haven't lost a match since I think week 4 or 3. Waverly Shellrock hasn't lost a match all season. Again, these are two programs that are very familiar with each other. When Waverly Shellrock won their state title, they defeated Cedar Falls en route to do it. Again, the winner of this match will go to the 2A state championship, and they will face the winner of Ankeny and Wash. Head coach of Ankeny, Jordan Sanderson, what do you look for from these teams? Two dominant teams in the league. Year after year, they produce. What do you notice about these programs, and how do you coach against them?
Right. This is a good time to bring it up too, because both of these teams, they look to get here and they're deadly in the set piece. So just from where they came, when you can spread the field, you can make it a 3-man on 3-man. They're really, especially with Waverly having experienced players like Kramers and Cedar Falls having Tom Green. He's been around for a while.
Oh yeah. Doing selects too in the summer.
Yeah, they're really deadly out of here. So it's interesting to see two of them back to back here.
And again, in sevens, regular season doesn't matter at this point. Anything can happen. 50-50 balls can be the difference. Momentum is huge. That scrum half, he's just going to pick and go here. A dominant tackle, but a good offload. Find some space. And you don't want to see these two-man tackles because that means somebody is wide open. But we do have a penalty. And so Cedar Falls is going to get the ball here.
Come bother you again, Ryan.
All right, sounds good. We'll see you. Good luck tonight. That was head coach Jordan Sanderson. Again, he's with BBP Sport. If you need a new rugby kit, they're one of our sponsors tonight. You need a new rugby kit, uniform, whether it's your high school boys team, girls team, college team, senior side, get a hold of BBP Sport. Cedar Falls really looking to control this ball, even though... Oh, all right. So we do have a knock-on from Cedar Falls. Gonna go back to Waverly Shellrock here. And one thing I really like about this Waverly program, they are very balanced. They have a good mix of speed, a good mix of power, and a lot of experience. A lot of high IQ players who've been playing for years. These coaches, Casey Hansen, he loves working, like Jordan Sanderson said, out of the set piece, but they lose another scrum. Oh! Not like them to be losing scrums, losing set pieces. Weak pick Weak side pick from Cedar Falls, but they are tackled into touch. That's going to be a line out to Waverly Shellrock. Waverly Shellrock, notice they're going to look to use all this space. So we'll take a look here at the line out.
Probably nervous. The victim's got one hand on his chin, watching his boys.
Good throw. Waverly catches that in the air, and they're off and running. Again, challenging the space, creating a 2-on-1, a little soft switch into the teeth of the defense. The support is there, and now they're bouncing it back to the right side, but a knock-on. They had the numbers. Cedar Falls takes advantage, and they are off and running with a short field to go, about 20 meters to go to the try line. They find some space on the edge, and he finds a gap. Cedar Falls is going to strike first and dot it down in the middle. Uncharacteristic play there by Waverly Shellrock. They have the knock on, and then a player from Waverly gets tripped up, and Cedar Falls takes advantage, takes it the distance, and they score the first 5 with about 2.5 minutes to go in the first half. And it's off the post. Every point matters when you're at the state tournament. So Cedar Falls has a 5-0 lead on our #1 team in the state, Waverly Shellrock. Again, these two clubs know each other very well, playing each other every regular season, meeting each other in the playoffs often. That ball does not go 10 meters, so we're going to have a free kick to Waverly at the 50. James Gadian is our center referee. Eric Frana, one of our touch judges. Also, we have Andrew Ridgway on the opposite side as the touch judge as well. So less than 2 minutes to go, 50 meters to the try line. A soft little switch, working it backside, running through tacklers. He's got good support. He's just going to hang on to that ball. They're bunching up here. And now they've got numbers on the outside. Can they use it? Dominant tackle from Cedar Falls, but the offload there keeps Waverly moving. And again, if they can get this ball out wide, they've got numbers. A 3-on-2, cuts it back inside. A lot of running sideways there from Waverly. Uncharacteristic. You got to think those coaches from Waverly are pretty upset. A pick and just a quick pick there. And a messy ball on the ground. We got a knock on. It's going to be a scrum to Waverly Shellrock with less than a minute to go in the first half. Again, I'm going to keep saying it. Uncharacteristic play here by Waverly. They had a 3-on-1 on the outside, but didn't trust that pass. He cuts it back in. A lot of running sideways from this team. They have lost 2 scrums as well. Cedar Falls has really been challenging them in the scrum. So let's see if Waverly can get this scrum and get it to their space. About 20 seconds to go, and Waverly wins the scrum. He picks it weak side, and he's going to take it himself. And try awarded. A little scary there on the back side. But Cam Kramer, he's going to pick that scrum, runs weak side all by himself, and touches it down almost centered. And that should take us to halftime. It is all tied up at 5-5. Again, Cedar Falls, they hit the crossbar. They hit the upright on their conversion. So a huge kick here to take the lead or stay tied. And it's good. Waverly Shellrock takes the 7-5 lead. And we are at halftime. We will return for the second half here shortly. Waverly in the first semifinal is up 7-5. Winner goes to the state tournament. Loser competes for third. This stream is brought to you by Convergence Acquisitions. They combine smart technology, deep data analysis, and proven legal strategies to drive results for small and mid-sized businesses, credit unions, banks, EMS providers, and more. Their team delivers compliant, high-performance collections built on transparency and precision. Off the clock, they've spent over a decade supporting youth rugby in Cedar Rapids and across Iowa. Because strong communities start with strong teams. Convergence Acquisitions, performance, integrity, and results that move you forward. For more information on Convergence Acquisitions, the title sponsor of tonight's stream, go ahead and scan that QR code you see on the screen, or go to the bottom left corner during the stream and you can scan it as well. Again, thank you to them for making this possible. Also, this summer at the Iowa Games, there is a competition for sevens for U18 and U23. So if your high school team or college team wants more rugby this summer, check out the website at the Iowa Games to compete this summer for the gold. The Iowa Games. Just search Iowa Games in Google and then look for rugby and you can sign your team up. A lot of opportunities. One thing that's great about this sport in this state, a lot more summer opportunities. You're seeing a lot of these kids that are on the field right now. They play for the Iowa Selects. You see other kids that play for the Wombat Academy. You see kids play for Rebel Academy. These opportunities in the summer help these kids come back the next year. And the level of play, again, after 15 seasons of this league, we're seeing the improvement year after year after year. All right. And so Cedar Falls is down 7-5. Cedar Falls in the red. Waverly in the white. And Waverly hits off their hands, bounces into Cedar Falls' hands. So Cedar Falls with possession. They're just running back and forth here, trying to be faster, just trying to find a gap. If they keep this up, they will tire themselves out. A great steal from, nope, not a great steal. So that's going to be a penalty. And Cedar Falls keeps possession, finds a gap, and he's gonna go the distance and touch it down to make the difference. Cedar Falls now is up 10-7. So again, a couple of miscues there from Waverly Shell Rock. They don't catch the opening kickoff, bounces directly into Cedar Falls' hands. And it looked like Cedar Falls was going to turn the ball over, and just a little too quick there by Waverly Shell Rock for that poach. Referee calls it hands in and off the penalty. This Cedar Falls team, known for their speed, he finds a gap, takes it the distance, makes the 3-point difference, but the kick is no good. So 2 conversions for Cedar Falls, no conversion kicks, gives them 10. And Waverly with 1 conversion and 1 conversion kick, or 1 try and 1 conversion kick, makes it a 10-7 game with about 5.5 minutes to go. So here's the kick. Can Waverly catch it this time? And they do catch it. And they're off and running. Hard physical running from Waverly. You hear them yelling fire. They know they have an advantage on the outside. They need to get it outside. And the defense is all scattered for Cedar Falls. Waverly's off and running, but does he have the support? He sets it. Oh, great job there. Does he have it on the edge? Can he make a man miss? He does have support. So advantage was given to Waverly. And they continue to move. A little pick and go. Find some space. A hard physical run, and he's going to finish that for a try.
How much time in here, Dad?
4.5 minutes to go. So now Waverly Shell Rock has a 12-10 lead with about 4.5 minutes to go. When we get to this kickoff, there will be about 4 minutes left in the match. So Waverly Shell Rock makes the most of it, just running through the teeth of the defense there of Cedar Falls. And the difference in this game, both teams with 2 tries, but Waverly Shell Rock with 2 conversions to Cedar Falls 0. So now when this kick takes place, the restart kick, we'll have about 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Winner goes to the 2A state championship. The loser competes for 3rd. So 3.5 minutes to go here. The kick is up, a deep kick. And Cedar Falls running around side to side, trying to find some gaps. And Waverly almost lost him there, but a try-saving arm reaches out, steps up, doesn't know what to do, and he knocks it on. An unfortunate error there, unforced knock on, but it's going to be a scrum to Cedar Falls. Scrum to Cedar Falls with 3 minutes to go. So a huge set piece here. You can see the sun is setting here at Mount Mercy University in Cedar Rapids. That ball is set. That ball is out quick. Solid tackle there. Cedar Falls running sideways. Dominant tackle there, but he's going to say that's a high tackle. And he's going to try it on the edge. He has a man he beats. Try-saving tackle there from Waverly Shellrock. Tries to offload, and it's directly into the hands of a Waverly Shellrock player. And now we're off and running the other direction. The defense for Cedar Falls is all scattered. A little pick and go. And Cedar Falls now desperately trying to create a turnover. Offsides. So Cedar Falls, they're so eager to create a turnover, so eager to intercept that pass. Offsides called. So about 1:30 to go here. Waverly is up 14-10. The winner will go to the state tournament, or the state championship. We're at the state tournament. To get here, Waverly defeated Fort Dodge 21-12. Cedar Rapids defeated Iowa City West 38-5. So there is the scrum, won by Waverly Shellrock. Great little offload there by the scrum half. Nice pass, finding space up the middle. He's got the speed. He's got one to beat. Tackled from behind. Support is there. Pick and go. And a heads-up play there. What we come to expect from Waverly Shellrock. Again, in the first half, a lot of uncharacteristic play by Waverly, making mistakes that they normally don't make. But in the second half, they bounce back. They fix the things they're making mistakes on. And this Cedar Falls team, built on speed, is running out of gas. We have 30 seconds to go in the match. 19-10, Waverly is up. Here comes the kick. The kick is no good. At this kickoff, we will have about 15 to 10 seconds left on the clock. Cedar Falls is down 2 tries, so they, for any chance of this, not sure what the referee has on their scorecard or on their stopwatch, but Cedar Falls needs to score as quick as possible.
Go Tigers, finish strong! Finish strong!
Winner goes to the championship, loser goes to the third place match. Cedar Falls catches it in the air. Solid tackle there by Waverly Shellrock. High tackle. So it was a high tackle on Cedar Falls. He taps it, and then he kicks it into touch, and that's going to be a victory. Waverly Shellrock wins 19-10. They will move on to the state championship to face the winner of Ankeny against Wash. A fantastic match between these two teams. They faced each other often, but Waverly Shellrock, they settle it down, take care of business, and they move on to the championship match. Cedar Falls will compete for third place. This summer, a great opportunity in central Iowa. In partnership, Des Moines Public Schools and the West Des Moines Wombats are having a youth rugby camp for boys and girls, 1st through 8th grade, July 21st through July 25th. 5 days, 2 hours. Check it out. It's on Des Moines Public Schools Community Ed. You do not have to be a student at Des Moines Public Schools to participate in this great event. So up next, we will have Iowa City West in the full green against Fort Dodge in the white and green stripes. Winner here will go and compete for the 5th place spot in the state. So again, Iowa City West is going to be in the green and yellow. Fort Dodge will be in the white and green stripes. The kick is up. So that ball does not go 10 meters. Again, winner of this match goes to the 5th place match. Iowa City West, they were 9-3 on the season. They lost to Cedar Falls earlier in the night. Fort Dodge snuck into the state tournament as the 8th seed with a 6-5-1 record. They lost a close one to Waverly Shell Rock in the first round. Again, the winner of this match will play for 5th place. Fort Dodge creates a turnover, and with the pick and go, he has a couple chasing, but it looks like he can beat them in a foot race. Oh, and when he gets tackled into the try zone, he rolled forward, loses the ball. Iowa City West will steal it, and Iowa City West now is on the attack. So it looked like he was going to roll win his one move into the try zone, but he loses it directly in the hands of Iowa City West, so they come away with no points. Dennis Oliver is our center referee. Dennis Oliver was just inducted into the Iowa Rugby Union Hall of Fame this past weekend. Again, we apologize with the sun directly looking at us here, so hard to see. Try to talk you through what's happening. We are over the issue of the equipment overheating directly into the sun. It's kind of cooled off a little bit. Now, Fort Dodge is offsides. We're going to go back to the penalty. Fake switch. Now they have a 2-on-2 on the outside, but that outside man comes in for the tackle. Good switch on defense. 3 defenders on that breakdown. Big gap, but it closes. Fort Dodge with a good dominant tackle there. Pick and go. Heads up play there by Iowa City West. So Iowa City West maintaining possession, but a lot of running sideways, running backwards. Pressure defense from Fort Dodge is causing Iowa City some problems. But again, another penalty on Fort Dodge. They're really trying to create turnovers here, but not doing it in a disciplined way. 3rd penalty here on this possession against Fort Dodge.
Just joining us, Waverly Shark is in the state championship. They'll be running 9:40 tonight. Alarm if you want to get away and come back in time for that.
Iowa City West being very patient on offense here. Other team can't score if you have possession of the ball. And right when I say that, we have a knock-on scrum to Fort Dodge with only 25 yards to go to the try zone.
I think both. I don't know, maybe Fort Dodge wasn't just good, and maybe the Hawks played but we'll see the Falls is. I think they are. And Patterson, we were talking about, should get himself a nice medal to go to the North presentation if he has to. Fort Dodge, the ball on the strong.
All right, so Fort Dodge has that ball. They're off and running. Really good set piece there. Good support, but a big counter ruck by Iowa City West. 2-on-1 on the edge. And Fort Dodge touches it down, and they are going to score the first try of this game. Again, we're looking directly into the sun here, but a good piece of patient rugby. Carlos Elias setting up his teammate for that try on the 2-on-1. All right, and the kick is no good. So with 3 minutes to go in the first half here, Fort Dodge is up 5-0.
Here in the first half. You're listening to Kiwi Country and 1470 after 96. Kiwi Radio.com. 3 minutes left.
And the kick is up. Good kick there by Fort Dodge. Iowa City West, they're able to handle it, but the defense is right there for the tackle. Fort Dodge comes up a little too hard, which allows a gap for Iowa City West, and they are going to punch right back and score. That's the thing on defense. You want to pride yourself in having a good physical defense, but they come up way too strong, which opens up a gap for them to take it the distance and score 5 for Iowa City West. Yeah, you got to come up together, otherwise those gaps open up, and he cuts at a diagonal angle and takes it all the way. Again, only 7 people on the field, a lot of space to make stuff happen, and now the difference is 2 points with that conversion kick. Iowa City West 7, Fort Dodge 5, with under 2 minutes to go in this first half.
I've been told that a few times in my life. I don't know if it was a positive thing, but 7-5.
All right, with a minute and a half to go, Iowa City West with the kickoff. Fort Dodge is going to want to score here, but that ball is up, caught in the air. Fort Dodge with good support from his teammates. Advantage for Fort Dodge. Looks like that Iowa City West team is not releasing and not rolling away. So Fort Dodge just quick tap, and they're running right at him. That's kind of that attitude of Fort Dodge. We're just going to run right at you, make you stop us. And they do, but now they're going to work it sideways. Good tackle there by Iowa City West. That ball sneaks out. Little dummy. And they're just pick and go, pick and go, pick and go. Quick tap, and they're just running straight up. Hits the burners. And that was a high tackle. Referee stops the clock. And player from Iowa City West gets a yellow for the high tackle. So now for 2 minutes, Fort Dodge will have a one-man advantage. We'll play 6-on-7 here. Huge scoring opportunity. You only have about 20 yards to go. Little switch. Cuts it back in. And again, just attacking the middle over and over. But they have a 2-on-1 on the outside, but he's going to take it himself. Iowa City West is able to stop him. Another pick and go, and there's a try. We've seen this earlier from Fort Dodge in the year where they have a man advantage and they still want to punch it up the middle instead of using the space on the sideline, forcing people to miss tackles, forcing teams to have 2 man on a tackle, and it opens up gaps later down the field. And the kick is no good. And that is halftime. So Fort Dodge is up 10-7 at halftime. This stream is brought to you by Convergence Acquisitions. They combine smart technology, deep data analysis, and proven legal strategies to drive results for small and mid-sized businesses, credit unions, banks, EMS providers, and more. Their team delivers compliant, high-performance collections built on transparency and precision. Off the clock, they've spent over a decade supporting youth rugby in Cedar Rapids and all across Iowa. Because strong communities start with a strong team. Convergence Acquisitions, performance, integrity, and results that move you forward. For more information, scan the QR code on the screen now. Also, we want to say thank you to the University of Northern Iowa men's rugby team and BVP Sport for being sponsors for tonight's stream as well. If you are a kid playing in the Iowa Youth Rugby Association that wants to stay in the state of Iowa and play at a high level for a great club, University of Northern Iowa is the place to go in Cedar Falls. In the past 10 years, they've been to the national tournament in NCR for 15s and 7s multiple times. They've played in multiple Major League Rugby stadiums in Houston. They've played on the East Coast multiple times as well. You've seen them on live streams. You've seen them playing nationally. It's an awesome experience, and you get that club experience in Cedar Falls. That's where I went. Highly recommend it. University of Northern Iowa, get a hold of them. Jesus Ramirez is the coach, or find a current player. Get a hold of them through social media today. So now, again, this match, the winner goes into the 5th place match. On the other side of the 5th place matchup, we're going to have Cedar Rapids Jefferson and Southeast Polk. That match will take place after this match. So again, Iowa City West in the full green with the gold stripes. And then in the white and green, we have Fort Dodge. We're so close to the sun being behind that building there. Oh, and the kick, great kick, but Fort Dodge knocks it on. Iowa City West has the ball, and they're off and going. So now we're going to bring it back to the scrum. So it's a scrum to Iowa City West. And that ball squirts out there. But Iowa City West, they're going to maintain possession. Everyone's really bunching up here. Calling for it right. Look at that pressure defense from Fort Dodge. Again, it got them into trouble earlier because they didn't pressure at the same speed, created gaps. It looks like a player from Fort Dodge, too, getting a little eager there on this backside wing. But play on, and look at this. Fort Dodge gaining meters defensively, pushing Iowa City West about 10 meters back from that original scrum. So now it's a penalty on Iowa City West for not releasing, and Fort Dodge is off and running. And again, they have a one-man advantage from that yellow card, and now you're seeing them swing it to the wing. They've got an advantage. He's holding on to that thing with one hand, and he breaks away and touch it down for a try. And what a great teammate. He centers it for his teammate. And try is awarded. So we see Fort Dodge all throughout the night. Pound it up the middle, pound it middle, pound it middle. And that forces the defense from Iowa City West to continually bunch up. And they have to sell out in the middle. They make two-man tackles. And then, when they least expect it, they swing it out wide, and that's when Fort Dodge had a 3-on-1 on the wing. They found their space, made it a 2-on-none, and he ran it the distance to score. So again, there is philosophy into that mindset. We punch it up the middle, so they have to cover the middle. They have to worry about our hard running two-man tackles, and it opens up space on the sideline. You love to see a plan work as well as that. So a penalty on Fort Dodge. We're going to bring it back to the mark. Iowa City West has the ball. And about 4.5 minutes to go in this second half, I'm sorry. Winner goes to play for 5th place. And the team that loses this match, their season comes to an end, finishing top 8 in the state. Again, this year had some of the most parity that we have seen in recent years in the 15 years of the league. You know, it came down to the last week with teams like Fort Dodge sneaking in over the likes of Urbandale, who was in the top 8 going into the last week and fell out. And Fort Dodge and Valley were tied going into the last week of the season. Fort Dodge getting that spot and Valley being left out. Valley will compete this Saturday, tomorrow, in the Frontier Cup. Brand new competition for teams that did not make state and our teams that are competing in the Frontier Division. And a little step there off the penalty, and he's just going to do the whole thing himself. 75 yards, takes it the distance. And all he did was just a little step, dummy pass, defense bites, and he takes it the distance. That's what you got to love about Rugby Sevens. You can score from anywhere. We have about 3 minutes to go. Fort Dodge with a 5-point advantage. Kick is up and no good. Good effort. All right, so less than 3 minutes to go here. In these last 3 minutes here, it really comes down to who can play the cleanest rugby, who can be the most disciplined, because now Iowa City West has all 7 players back on the field. Unforced errors could be the difference. So if you're Fort Dodge, you want to catch this, keep possession, a good step, and he's going to return the favor. And there it is. So Iowa City West off of a penalty, quick tap, they score, and on the returning kickoff, on the returning restart, Fort Dodge just a catch, a step inside, and he takes it the distance on the outside, and he centers it for his teammate for a centered kick. Off the post, comes straight back down. So Fort Dodge is up 22-12. And at this kickoff, we'll be at about a minute and a half until halftime. Or about a minute and a half until the end of the game. So now Iowa City West needs 2 scores to win. How much gas do both teams have left in the tank? That kick is up. And great restart for Fort Dodge. They go up, they get their own kick. Great offload. And Fort Dodge is moving. They're looking to score again and put this thing away. Pick and go. Big run there. And another try for Fort Dodge. That's going to be Gavin Peterson, the Iowa Central commit. Just doing it himself. And that is going to put this game in a very tough place for Iowa City West to reach. They're going to need at least 3 tries to get the lead, and there's only about 40 seconds left to go. So that right there, returning that kickoff, and then on the next kickoff, they take it the distance. Huge swing in momentum. Great job. So it looks like there's no conversion kick. They're just going to go right back into it here. So that ball didn't go 10, and he does knock it forward. But advantage to Iowa City West, so we're going to play on here. So we're going to bring it to the scrum, and it looks like Fort Dodge will move ahead here. This match isn't finished, but Fort Dodge will move ahead. Congratulations on a great season by Iowa City West. Again, this is a team that surprised a lot of people in this state this year. Came out of nowhere, got the number 4 seed in the state, making the state tournament for the first time in nearly a decade. Great season from those guys. Really excited to see them build off of this into next year. As for Fort Dodge, obviously an up and down season. They finished number 2 in the state last year. Slow start. They fight and claw their way to get back into state. Now they are competing from an 8 seed. They will have a chance to finish 5th in the state tournament. And that's going to do it. That's the final. Fort Dodge wins 27-12. Again, congratulations on a great season, Iowa City West. Hats off to the coaches and players. Thank you to all the fans and supporters. Fort Dodge moving on. One more match tonight for 5th place in the state. We'll be right back. All right, and this summer in Des Moines at Weeks Middle School, there will be a rugby camp for 1st through 8th grade boys and girls. Sign up through Des Moines Public Schools Community Education. You do not have to be a student in Des Moines Public Schools to take part in this great event. Again, this match and this stream is brought to you by Convergence Acquisitions. What a beautiful night here for rugby from Mount Mercy University. Up next, we have the second semifinal of the night. The number 2 seed, Ankeny, who defeated Cedar Rapids Jefferson 26-12, is facing off against the host of tonight, Cedar Rapids Washington, who defeated Southeast Polk 24-19. Cedar Rapids Washington had a record of 10-2, but in the final week of the season, Cedar Rapids Washington gave Ankeny their only loss on the season. Ankeny looking for their get back. They want to make it to the state tournament. They've been in the state tournament in the past few years. 2 years ago they were in the state tournament. All right, and Cedar Rapids Washington, they want to make it to the state for the first time in their program's history. They already defeated Southeast Polk in the state tournament, and that was the first time they'd done that in their program's history. The winner will face Waverly Shellrock in the championship at 9:40.
Well, the nerves get so much higher when you get these Riverside semifinals, huh?
All right, so a big set piece here. We're 30 seconds in. All right, a messy scrum there. Jeff McHenry, our referee. He's going to bring it back to the scrum. A short field here for Cedar Rapids, Washington. It is Ankeny's put, but Cedar Rapids Wash has had a really impressive scrum tonight, stealing scrums left and right all night. And a big push, and a steal from Cedar Rapids Wash. They have a short field to go. And a knock on as he goes to set the try down. He knocks it on as he touches it into the try zone. Unlucky for Wash. Huge break for Ankeny. We're going to have a scrum here at the 5-meter line. And again, that scrum from Cedar Rapids, Washington has been a dominant force all night. You've got to think if you're Wash, you're confident in stealing this again and trying to little 5-meter pick and go. But Ankeny with the ball. Nice little offload there. One-on-one on the side, but a strong tackle from Cedar Rapids, Washington. What can Ankeny do out of their own try zone? They've got speed, but Cedar Rapids, Washington able to foil that. And Ankeny off and moving. Going left side, finds a gap. And there's that speed we know from Ankeny. And they're going the whole distance, all 95 meters. Again, you give this Ankeny team a gap, they will take it the distance. So Ankeny waiting to touch it down, and they do. Helping your teammates out there, helping yourself out there. You just had about a 90-meter run. Take a little break, catch your breath, and now Judah McKay from Ankeny will take on the conversion kick. So again, great pressure from Cedar Rapids, Washington. Love everything I'm seeing from them, but that patient attack from Ankeny. Oh, and the kick is no good. That patient attack from Ankeny. Slowly finding space, and once they find that gap, they go all gas, no brakes, take it the distance. Ankeny a threat to score from anywhere on the field at any time. We have 3.5 minutes to go here. Ankeny up 5-0. Again, Ankeny the 2 seed. Cedar Rapids Wash is the 3 seed. And that ball poked out. Ankeny with possession. And they've got numbers. And they're just off and running. Just such a burst when they cut that ball upfield. But a penalty for a high tackle. And you can see Ankeny saying, let's get it out wide. Let's use the width of this field. They've got support. They are bunched up. Hard running. Bounces him off of him. See him running sideways there. Ooh, good stiff arm. But again, Oh, he spins out of it, resets. Notice he's pointing out where he wants his teammates to go. Takes a step back, pick and go, but right into the defense. But offsides on Cedar Rapids, Washington. Can Ankeny make the most of this penalty? Short field to go. He's got 3 guys on his right, but he runs into contact, gets out of it. Oh man, just fighting his way through the tackle. High tackle. So Cedar Rapids Wash, huge change in momentum. So Ankeny cannot capitalize, and we see new life in the Cedar Rapids Wash team with under 2 minutes to go. So Cedar Rapids Wash team been on defense most of the match. They look pretty tired, but now on offense, they have this new set of life. Running into his own teammate, but hard, big man running, but a solid tackle. We're seeing great rugby on both sides of the field. Huge turnover there by Ankeny, and then a pick and go, but he's tackled. Big ruck there. The ball squirts out. Now Cedar Rapids with the ball. Back and forth, back and forth. And now we have a 2-on-1 on the outside. Good offload, setting it up again on the outside, hard running. Can he get it to his teammate? He has space, but the defense is able to catch up. He did not release the ball. Just trying to do too much there, forces it, and it turns into a turnover. Ankeny ball, under a minute, 40 meters to go. Moving, runs out of a shoestring tackle, and he's going to score for Ankeny. So a referee talking to the player from Cedar Rapids Wash.
You've got to give him a card for that.
Player from Wash, when he was setting down the try, he gave him a little shove, and the player from Ankeny went into the soccer net. But Ankeny up 10-0. Short time here. We may have just enough time for a kickoff. And the kick is good. That will extend Ankeny's lead 12-0. I feel like the score, though, doesn't do it justice. It has been just a back and forth battle. Turnovers, back and forth, both teams. It's not even unforced errors. These teams are making things happen. But Ankeny able to find some space and break away, and that speed is the killer. The speed is what is finishing off these possessions for Ankeny. These teams are both pretty even in defense. So a knock on Ankeny, advantage to Cedar Rapids Wash. They've got a man on the outside. So that ball does go forward, and we are at halftime. Ankeny is up 12-0 on Cedar Rapids, Washington. We are 7 minutes away from finding out who our second team is for the state championship to face Waverly Shell Rock. This match is brought to you by Convergence Acquisitions. They combine smart technology, deep data analysis, and proven legal strategies to drive results for small and mid-sized businesses, credit unions, banks, EMS providers, and more. Their team delivers compliant, high-performance collections built on transparency and precision. Off the clock, we've spent over a decade supporting youth rugby in Cedar Rapids and across Iowa. Because strong communities start with strong teams. Convergence Acquisitions, performance, integrity, and results that move you forward. For more information, scan the QR code that's on the screen right now. So another great thing about this league, you can see our referees there in the middle. The quality of our refereeing has gone up year after year, and having multiple referees throughout the night, rotating from center to AR on the side and taking a break, it allows them to be fresh for each match. And you can also notice this little conversation they're developing learning. The collaboration is huge because the better our referees, the better platform our players have to play, and the better consistency. So that's something we pride ourselves in this league is not only are the players getting better, the coaches getting better, but also our referees. There you can see Eric Frana, our touch judge on this side. He's doing a great job. All right, so we are 7 minutes away from knowing who our second team in the 2A state championship will be. Ankeny with the advantage, 12-0. All right, and there's the whistle, and here's the kick. Nice and high kick. But Wash with a great kick. Ankeny with a great tackle. Oh, unfortunate there. The offload hits Wash in the hands, but he can't control it. Ankeny with the turnover. And a nice gap up the middle. Ankeny's going to take it for the score. There's that speed from Ankeny. Ankeny doing a fantastic job here, hitting their lines, finding their gaps, and right there. That kick is no good. But why is Ankeny the number 2 team in the state? Why is Ankeny able to do what they're able to do? They make the most out of their opponent's mistakes, and they have the speed to take it the distance. They have the speed to finish it off. So again, we have a 17-0 lead. Ankeny is up, and here comes the kick. Great high kick. Ankeny will knock it on, so advantage to Wash, but we're going to play on. So with the high tackle, we have a penalty, and Wash is going to go quick, and he's going to run straight into the heart of the defense of Ankeny. Good offload. He's got 2 on the outside. A nice offload there. And that ball goes into touch. We are going to have a line out. So Wash able to get some offensive movement there on the front foot. They've had some difficulties dealing with Ankeny's defensive pressure, but they have the ability to punch it forward, and if they are given a little space, they've got great support lines, and they're able to find them. Just unfortunately, they run into touch. Now it's Ankeny's line out. Ankeny, great line out. And now they're going to use the entire field, trying to create some movement there, but Cedar Rapids, Washington is not fooled at all by that cut back in. But there goes that speed from Ankeny. You give him space, he'll make the most of it. Now he's running side to side and trying to make something happen. His support is running to catch up, but can he do it on his own? And let's see what the call is here. So the player from Ankeny, he gets that little gap. He goes almost the distance. He's running sideways, waiting for support, trying to make something happen. Try awarded for Ankeny. So he does get it to the distance. He was tackled right at the try line. The referee and the assistant referee, the center referee and the assistant referee on the side, they have a little conversation about what they saw, and they agree. The ball was put down with pressure applied. That is a try for Ankeny. The kick is up, not long enough. So now Ankeny has the 22-0 advantage with less than 3.5 minutes to go in the second half. Winner will face Waverly Shell Rock in the state championship. And you can see here to my left, that's what they're playing for right here. There's the state title. That thing is massive, 3 feet tall. The 15th year of this league. That's what these teams are fighting for. Great restart kick, and Ankeny is able to get it back to their team. And they're off and running. I just love the burst from this team. Every time they get a run, they're always running so hard, and they're able to run through tackles, and he's going to take it the distance, score right up the middle. It's like My old coach at the University of Northern Iowa, Rick Hall, said the quickest way to get to the tri-zone is in a straight line, and that's what Judah McKay does right there. Runs it straight up the middle, running through tackles. Kick is up, and it is no good. So again, just that hard running forward, having confidence in your run. He's able to run out of those tackles. You got to have a strong, dominant tackle to get these guys down. And even though some of these players on Ankeny might not have the most size, if they're running full speed and you're flat-footed, they will run through those arm tackles. So with about 2 minutes to go, Ankeny has a lead of 27-0. That ball is not going 10 meters, but now it does. Off the bounce, and Ankeny will pick it up off the bounce, and a heads-up play from Ankeny, and now they're running away with it. But there is a knock-on as he goes to touch it down. So with about a minute and a half to go, Ankeny is up 27-0. And there's a conversation with the referee right now.
That said, that was that's when he'll be kicking himself over.
I can't keep track. Thank you, though. All right, so officials are talking, so the clock has probably stopped here. So after this match, we will have the other match for 5th place, Cedar Rapids Jefferson against Southeast Polk. The winner of that will face Fort Dodge later in the night for the 5th place trophy. The loser of this match will face Cedar Falls for the 3rd place trophy, and the winner of this match will face Waverly Shell Rock in the championship for the 2A state title. Unfortunately, Philly V could not make it tonight, but I do have his credential. Shout out Philly V. Congratulations to him and his family. They're having a baby soon. He's at a ultrasound tonight, so he couldn't make the drive to Cedar Rapids. So we miss you, Philly V, but he'll be in Fox Valley, St. Charles tomorrow. The West Des Moines Wombats men's team will face the Fox Valley Maori in an exhibition match. They're playing for what's called the Tasman Cup. The Tasman Cup because between New Zealand and Australia is the Tasman Sea. The Wombats are from Australia. The Maori are from New Zealand, and that's where these clubs got their mascots or their names from, their monikers from. So the Tasman Cup. Currently, Wombats are 0-2. So off of the penalty, Ankeny had a penalty at the 5-meter line, and Ankeny scores. So now Ankeny is going to kick another conversion here. And Ankeny looking so strong going into this championship match. We've seen Ankeny and Waverly play each other before in the state championship, with Waverly getting the best of them 3 years ago, I believe. This Ankeny team known for their speed. It'll be a great, interesting matchup to see the balanced attack and balanced defense, strong tackling from Waverly Shell Rock, smart play from Waverly Shell Rock against this speedy, high IQ Ankeny squad. I love the differing styles of these two teams. It'll make for an instant classic in the championship match. And that ball goes into touch. And that is our match. Ankeny is going to move to the state championship against Waverly Shell Rock to end the night. Congratulations to Cedar Rapids Wash. They'll move into the 3rd place match against Cedar Falls. So up next, we will have the awards ceremony. So we will keep this up. And we'll keep this up and running during this time. Oh, no doubt.
That was good. Learned a lot too. Yeah, I guess you did watch. I bet you they lose to everyone. No, I'm talking about the kids. I wasn't talking about Katie, you can take somebody now. Katie can take somebody now. Come on.
Especially now with the sun on our face.
Welcome back. We've got our final match before we get to the awards presentation. Here's what's happened so far. The quarterfinals beat Portage 23-12, and then Cedar Falls smashed Highlands US 38-5 in the semifinals. And the other quarterfinals making beat.
All right, I was mistaken. So we actually are going to have our other consolation 5th place match Southeast Polk against Cedar Rapids Jefferson. Sorry about that.
The winner of this will play against Fort Dodge for 5th place. The third, that'll be at 9:20. The third place match will be played at 9 o'clock.
All right, so we have Southeast Polk in black, Cedar Rapids Jefferson in the blue. The winner of this match will play Fort Dodge for 5th place. And Southeast Polk is a dangerous team who can score from anywhere on the pitch. And look at that, pick and go, you leave that backside open, it's a foot race. And a great try-saving tackle there, but a good heads-up play by Southeast Polk. And they're using the width of the field. It's gonna be a battle of, the experience of Southeast Polk. How can they use their IQ against this younger, newer Cedar Rapids Jefferson team? A little dangerous there, running behind your own teammate, but doesn't cause an obstruction. And this Jefferson team, they're giving everything they have to the Southeast Polk. And with that pressure, forces a bad pass. Southeast Polk player is just trying to make anything happen. Penalty, not rolling away after the tackle.
Well, Scott, after the awards presentation, we've got match that week. Special, of course, it's 9:40 matches. It's not very much for the championship. It's not looking good for the championship. I know. There's kind of this weird feeling you have. These are important to the ball, but you don't want to see that title. You're just kind of salivating here. It's like getting all the appetizers, and the steak's done, and you're ready to eat the steak.
All right, and there is that scrum. Very messy scrum. We're going to have a penalty. That ball is going to Cedar Rapids Jefferson, and they're going to go quick. And they're looking to get it to the wing. They've got numbers outside. He's got a teammate. Oh, he just loses the ball in the tackle. You could tell he was trying to go for an offload, but he just lost it as he was getting tackled to the ground. It's a beautiful night here down in Cedar Rapids. Mount Mercy University. Second time we've been here before.
Flag not moving. It's been a still evening.
Yeah.
Rugby Sevens. And thank you so much for just joining us for Rugby Sevens. Right? Alongside Hall of Famer Scott Wickle.
All right, and then look at the speed off of the set piece there, but grabs a jersey, drags him down. Great effort there from Cedar Rapids Jefferson. Southeast Polk trying to make something happen, and he's running through the defense there. He looked to pass, but Second thought, he takes himself, and then here comes the speedster of the team, and he touches it down, and that is a try for Southeast Polk.
You got 10 more yards to your right you can work with. But they get in, that's a score. That's the first score of the evening, with 3.5 minutes to go in the first, of the evening, of this match, I should say. Southeast Polk.
All right, here comes the kick.
The tough conversion is wide left.
No good. So Southeast Polk is up 5-0. So with about 3 minutes to go, winner of this match goes to the 5th place match against Fort Dodge later tonight. Loser of the match will go home and end their season as one of the top 8 teams in the state. And here's the kick, and they decide to go deep. They do not catch the ball in the air, but a hard run forward. Pick and go, picking it weak side. Oh, and he runs into touch. A good hard run, but he loses track of where he's at. It's going to be a line out for Southeast Polk. Player tried to do a quick tap, so now that ball's going to go back.
Yeah, they touched state trophy. Yeah, it is better. It is great. It does not come with King Kong on the top. Ball is going to be in touch on the far side, right at the midline.
All right, here comes the line out. Southeast Polk looked to win it, but it was not straight.
He can't throw it right to him. He can't throw it down the top. That was a scrum after that. 1:50 to go. In the 5th. The winner gets to
A lot of time ticking off the clock from these set pieces, but Cedar Rapids Jefferson is going to elect for the scrum right on the 50, directly in front of us here. Jefferson's going to want to score here right before halftime, but they lose it. That ball comes out the back and things kind of spin around, but they gain it back. So it got messy. Deep pass. Defense coming up hard. Doesn't maintain the tackle. Trying to make something happen here. And so we do have a high tackle advantage. You could tell the Southeast Polk player knew exactly what they did, but we play on. Some good teamwork there by Jefferson. Oh, and he makes it, spins out of that tackle. Looks for an offload. Good support there. I really like the support from Jefferson. But Southeast Polk just trying to rip the ball out of his hands, wants to create a turnover here. Seeing a lot of hands on the knees, hands on the hips. So that ball was out. His hands were on it. But Cedar Rapids Jefferson, they managed to get the ball back and they score. So a little confusion there where Jefferson picks the ball out of the ruck. He's standing there, so that ball's out. You may have thought, oh, did he come in from the side? No, that ball was out. So that was a clean hit. The ball is dropped. Looks like Southeast Polk is going to create the turnover, but somehow Cedar Rapids Jeff ends up with it, and they score. So we are tied 5-5. Kick is up. Oh, and it's just short.
5-5. They can't end in a draw. There's a second half from the can't end in a draw since it's
And it looks like we might have time for one more play before halftime.
Before we get into this half, the second round kickoff, Scott, the zeros on the clock. Jefferson gets it.
So there's the kick.
Running forward. This is a good opportunity. 20, 30, 40, 50, go to the tackle, 45, stands for the tackle, 40.
Wow, catches that on a burst. That's the last guy you want to kick to.
Try between the pipes. He caught it running forward with that momentum. That's an 80-yard try. take the lead.
Amazing stuff from Southeast Polk there. That is the last thing you want if you're Cedar Rapids Jefferson. You work and you work and you work to score a try. You kick it to their playmaker. He catches it on a running start. And with all that speed and that burst, he just runs past the entire Cedar Rapids Jeff team for a try. They're going to take a lead into halftime. And at halftime, we have a score of 12-5. Southeast Polk is on top. The winner of this match will face Fort Dodge in the 5th place match later tonight. Again, thank you for joining us. We are the B-Side Boys Rugby Podcast. Catch new episodes weekly on Spotify and Apple Podcasts or wherever you get your podcasts. This is brought to you by Convergence Acquisitions. We combine smart technologies, deep data analysis, and a proven legal strategy to drive results for small and mid-sized businesses, credit unions, banks, EMS providers, and more. Their team delivers compliant, high-performance collections built on transparency and precision. Off the clock, they've spent over a decade supporting youth rugby in Cedar Rapids and across Iowa. Because strong communities start with strong teams. Convergence Acquisitions, performance, integrity, and results that move you forward. For more information on Convergence Acquisitions, scan the QR code that's on the screen now. We'd also like to give a shout out to BBP Sport. If you need a new uniform, a new kit for your rugby team, whether it's youth, high school, boys, girls, college, men's, senior side, whoever, BBP Sport is local and provides almost half of the uniforms that you see here in Iowa. Also, a shout out to the University of Northern Iowa Men's Rugby Program. Thank you for sponsoring tonight's stream. UNI Men's Rugby is a proud D2 club in Iowa that uses players from Iowa to compete at the national level in 15s and 7s and has one of the most capped USA Rugby Eagles of all time in Paul Emmerich. So, great tradition there. And looking to the future, investing in Iowa Youth Rugby Association. UNI Panthers are represented everywhere. The center referee, Eric Frana, went to the University of Northern Iowa. You also see, Andrew Ridgway is down there as a referee. Many coaches, great to see all across the state. So we are just about underway here for the second half. Again, the winner of this match will play Fort Dodge later tonight for 5th place. And then, after this match, we will have the awards ceremony. All right, and there's the whistle for the second half. Here we go.
Deep kick by Southeast Polk. Jefferson on the left-hand side receives that.
Ooh, solid tackle. And tonight we will have in the state championship Waverly Shellrock against Ankeny. In the 3rd place match, it'll be Cedar Falls against Cedar Rapids Wash. And in our 5th place match, it'll be Fort Dodge against the winner of this match. Southeast Polk. Don't like that. So the time is off. So a little shoving and pushing there. Again, in a sport like rugby, it is so intimate, right? No pads, you're out there, you're playing hard. Emotions are high, especially at the state tournament. So shoving right there, it happens, words are exchanged. Referee though, Eric Frana, he's not gonna let that fly, so he brings in the captains and he lets them know what he sees and his expectations. He wants it to be 7-on-7, so he's gonna call for a penalty here. And so setting the warning there. So no card, but the boys know that no more funny stuff, otherwise the cards are coming out. And again, that's what you love here too. These guys are fighting for a spot in 5th place. Still feels like they're fighting for a state championship, right? Every match matters. A lot of pride on the line. Cedar Rapids Jefferson playing in their hometown. Southeast Polk with another try. Picking it up, going weak side for another try, and you got about 6 minutes to go in this half. Kick is up, and it's short. So Southeast Polk is up 17-5.
It's just hard. And that's why I like my consolation side. But, you know, Eric Wickham, your son, and head coach here, and start coach wrestling. Those guys are able to backside and return, but it takes a lot of...
A deep kick by Southeast Polk, mishandled there by Cedar Rapids Jefferson, but he's off and running now. And he's got, oh, what a catch there by the teammate. A low pass, but he's able to catch it, but great defense there by Southeast Polk. Now let's see if Cedar Rapids Jefferson can get back into this game by going the length of the field. That pass goes to nobody, but Cedar Rapids Jeff is able to recover, and he's going to make something happen on his own on the edge. Wow, from what looked like to be a big mistake, turns into an amazing individual effort. Fantastic effort there by number 6 from Cedar Rapids Jefferson. So again, Jefferson was slowly setting up their offense. A pass misses 2 teammates, hits the ground. Southeast Polk defense comes up because they see that ball on the turf. They're like, hey, that's ours. Player from Jefferson who's been running all over the field scoops it up, and he takes it the entire length of the field just about. What a great individual effort to do it for his team. And with that conversion kick successful, Southeast Polk is only up 17-12 with less than 4 minutes to go. That was a huge effort by that player there to get his team right back into this game. So 3.5 minutes to go here. Anything can happen. Great kick. Oh, and there's a knock on. So the advantage to Jefferson, but he's going to play on, looking to make something happen. A lot of pressure there. We still have advantage for Jefferson. So he has advantage, so we're going to go back to the penalty. So here comes the mark. He was playing the advantage. There's the quick tap. Looks for a little step, finds his teammate, breaks the tackle. Can he make it? And he does. You see the thumbs up from the AR, giving it to his center referee. We are now all tied up, 17-17. So a costly mistake by Southeast Polk by knocking on that kick restart. Doesn't catch the ball, bounces off of him, and Cedar Rapids Jefferson making the most of it. So someone needs to kick this conversion. You can see a player sprinting as fast as he can. He's going to have short time here. He's got to go quick. And it's low. Little rush there on the kick. But they're happy to be all tied up here with about 2 minutes to go in this second half. The winner competes for 5th place. The loser goes home.
This goes on to play Fort Dodge in the 5th place match of 9:20. At 9 o'clock will be the 3rd place match. Cedar Falls in Washington. The Cedar Rapids will play down.
A deep kick. Southeast Polk struggling to get a handle on it. But he's looking for space on the side. Oh, gang tackle there.
Big rivalries in the Ozark and Southeast Polk, at least in wrestling. So huge. In Bigler County and Butler County, I think all of a sudden there's some Cedar Rapids Jefferson fans listening. Nice, 17 all. And, you know, when you got
Southeast Polk really trying to use the whole width of the field, trying to tire out this Cedar Rapids Jeff team. Oh, and a shoestring tackle. Wow! They did exactly what they wanted to do. They worked the ball from side to side, and he had all the space in the world, but catches him, just a fingertip on his toe, trips him up, forces the knock on. If he doesn't get that toe, that is a try for Southeast Polk. But now, less than a minute to go, less than 30 yards to go, Cedar Rapids Jefferson has the scrum. What an amazing effort right there. We're seeing a lot of substitutions here. You got to think both teams are putting out their best available squads to finish this match.
The winner is more so than even playing for 5th. Gets to play one more time. They get to play one more
right.
time with the lads.
So a huge scrum here. You can see him jostling for position. Can't drive until that ball is in. Oh, and he finds some space and he cuts it back weak side. He's going to look to touch it down in the middle. And Cedar Rapids Jefferson is going to score. And due to the penalty earlier in the match, there may be more time left. The kick is no good. But again, due to the penalty earlier, the referee may have more time on the clock.
Now, did the official recognize the game's over? Yeah, he does.
So a big missed kick. So the player touches it down in the center. The kick is no good. So Cedar Rapids Jefferson only has a 5-point lead here, and I'm pretty sure there's going to be enough time for another kickoff. If you're Cedar Rapids Jefferson, you need to kick it long. You need to make your tackles. For Southeast Polk, make something happen. You got to score. So that ball goes into touch. It's going to be a free kick at the 50. What a mistake here by Cedar Rapids Jefferson. They need to set their defense. Cedar Rapids Jefferson is not set. Southeast Polk looks ready to go. And they're moving. And they're moving. They're going to take advantage of this. Oh, and what a tackle. Wow, what an effort by Southeast Polk. If they make this kick, Southeast Polk will win and go to the 5th place match.
I mean, in the regular season, conversion, if it's good, Southeast Polk wins. If not, we've got extra time. Bouncing. Exhales. On the left-hand side. It's up.
And it's just left. He misses it just left.
Wow. Wow.
So we are all tied at 22.
Maybe the width of the ball is how much you miss that line.
What a crazy match we have here where Cedar Rapids Jefferson, they fought back to get into this. They score with almost no time left. They don't make the conversion kick. There's still time left on the clock with only 1 play to go. And Cedar Rapids Jefferson accidentally kicks it into touch straight out. So it's a penalty or a free kick at the 50. And Southeast Polk gives everything they got to score. They miss a conversion kick. And we are all tied at 22-22. We have overtime to figure out who will go to the 5th place match. So sudden death. First team to score wins.
Sudden death. There's no clock. It's just sudden death overtime. Or golden try. Somebody comes down to who makes one little mistake and who doesn't. Who doesn't get tripped by an ankle. Southeast Polk maybe wanted it, they just do that. And the official spot match the scoreboard, Jefferson almost won. This is fun. Yeah.
All right, and after this match, there will be the awards ceremony. You can see everybody's all ready to go. All right, so Southeast Polk will kick. No, they won't. Jefferson's going to kick. Jefferson looks a little confused on what they're doing there. They've got a couple of players way deep. So we just saw Southeast Polk on a kick return score. I would expect that same level of go forward from Southeast Polk. First score wins. I would expect them to give everything they got to do what they just did.
And again, this is the Olympic version. And it needs to grow. I mean, if you gotta grow the Olympics, you have to.
Again, thank you for joining us tonight. We are the B-Side Boys Rugby Podcast. You can find new episodes of our podcast every single week on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And here we go. It is overtime. And look at this effort here from Southeast Polk. Again, both teams know one mistake can be the end of their season. And good hard running there from Southeast Polk. And advantage for Southeast Polk. Looks like Cedar Rapids Jefferson was offsides. They're using the whole width of the field. Oh, he looked for his teammate, but he got spun around. Picks it weak side, and here comes the fastest player on the team for Southeast Polk. Can he finish it? He touches it down, he scores, and Southeast Polk will win 27-22. Southeast Polk will face Fort Dodge in the 5th place match later tonight.
We'll take a break, come back with the award ceremony here, and then the 3rd place match.
All right, so up next we will have the awards ceremony. After the awards ceremony, it will be the 3rd place match, then the 5th place match, and then the state championship. We go 3rd, 5th, 1st because Southeast Polk was just in this match. It gives them at least a 2-match break, and then they're good to go. So awards ceremony, 3rd place match between Cedar Rapids Wash and Cedar Falls. 5th place match between Fort Dodge and Southeast Polk. Congratulations to Cedar Rapids Jefferson on a fantastic season. Their season ends here. Cedar Rapids Jefferson, their first ever appearance in the state tournament. They're a team that surprised people this year. And really in that first match against Ankeny, they were up at halftime, really took it to them, and then went to the death here in overtime. Fantastic season. Congratulations to all the players, the coaches. Fantastic season. And again, excited to see what they can build off of into next year. This stream is brought to you by Convergence Acquisitions. They combine smart technology, deep data analysis, and proven legal strategies to drive results for small and mid-sized businesses, credit unions, banks, EMS providers, and more. Their team delivers compliant, high-performance connections built on transparency and precision. Off the clock, they've spent over a decade supporting youth rugby in Cedar Rapids and all across Iowa. Because strong communities start with strong teams. Convergence Acquisitions, performance, integrity, and results that move you forward. For more information on Convergence Acquisitions, take a look and scan the QR code in the bottom left of the screen. Again, we are in the awards ceremony portion of the show. Then it'll be the 3rd place match, 5th place match, and the state championship. If we get updates from the Waterloo site from 1A, we'll let you know.
Welcome back to state rugby tournament, Class 2A state rugby tournament at Race Gatwick. And we have to do some we're getting ready to do the awards presentations. So we'll be coming at 9 o'clock. See what folks would you like to watch that? We got their phones out right now, watching the kids get honored. And it's special to see all 8 of these 2A teams. Some of the teams that didn't make it have some of the representatives that might be winning awards here as well. We'll let you hear the PA announcer do most of this announcement to make you feel like you're live here at Mount Mercy University in Cedar Rapids. The Robert W. Plaster Athletic Complex on the rugby side of the City of 5 Seasons. East flying over our head, clear skies. The stars starting to make their way out as we're under the lights. Great scene. Great crowd here. And this is it's an easy night to get out and watch.
And I've got some updates here from Waterloo. In the Class 1A state championship, we will have the number 2 seed Norwalk against the number 1 seed Bondurant. Now, if you've been paying attention, Bondurant has just been running the 1A. They have a point differential close to 500 points at 12-0. But this Norwalk team, they're gritty. They've been grinding. They've set a team record by winning 10 matches for the first time in program history. This will be the 3rd time that Norwalk has had the chance to play Bondurant. So again, in the state championship in 1A in Waterloo, Bondurant versus Norwalk. All right, here's Gavin Peterson from Fort Dodge.
From Waverly Shell Rock. Porter, Aaron.
Shaved his head or buzzed it. Just picture with Casey Hansen, one of his assistant coaches, who's so instrumental in what the
And the
Rugby
other
Association
prop
does.
from Iowa City West, Nick Taylor. Scrum half from Waverly Shell Rock, Easton Jorgensen.
He's just a sophomore, too.
Honorable mention fly half from Southeast Polk, Sawyer Bowcamp.
Sling. See if they get the medal around their neck in a picture with coach at midfield.
Honorable mention at center from Cedar Rapids, Washington, Braden Alberg.
All these guys are very good players.
And honorable mention at wing from Ankeny, Nolan Bennett.
State finals later on this season.
3 tries in the last match.
Yeah, I believe you did have 3 tries in the last match, Scott. Yeah.
There is your 2025 honorable mention.
Live announcements of this. Or else you
Our next award is First Team All-State Team. This team consists of 7 players who have been selected as the top 14 in the state. These players are considered some of the top athletes for their position in the game. At prop, from Fort Dodge, Jesse Egley.
Please follow. You got the bodies for whatever he wants to do there. He's a strong kid.
Your All-State hooker from Cedar Rapids, Washington, Mason Hall. Your second All-State prop from Cedar Rapids, Jefferson, Anthony Snowden.
I like watching him play as well. You know, humongous human being. It's amazing these big dudes can run as much as they do. I mean, the mix of strength and speed in this sport is awesome to see.
Your first team All-State scrum half from Cedar Falls, Cuba. Your All-State fly half from Cedar Falls, Jack Carter. First team All-State center from Waverly Shell Rock, Charlie Kramer.
Edward Walker talking again a few years ago from that stroke, and there he is, an all-state. What a story.
Your first team All-State wing from Southeast Polk, Jesse
speed, but they're in there. It's a good group there. Now, there's still the MVP to give away, Scott. It could be Cam now. he's the best conversion kicker in the state.
Here they are, your 2025 first team Our final All-State award is the Elite Team.
The elite team.
This team consists of 7 players who have been selected as the Elite Team. These players are considered as the top performers in the league for their positions across 1A and 2A.
So there's some guys who aren't here.
In the state of
Playing at the
Iowa.
other state tournament.
Now, prop. Cedar Rapids, Washington, Wyatt Young. Elite All-State hooker giving his award up in Waterloo is from Bondurant, Gavin Burrow.
We saw him earlier this year.
Our elite All-State prop from Waverly Shellrock, Logan Rashford.
That's a guy you're going to be hearing Division I football coaches talk about wanting here soon. And he's a spectacular athlete. And that's the elite team, the best of the best.
All-State scrum half. Cedar Rapids, Washington.
I'm kind of surprised to see the Falls kids didn't get that. Well, they're both really, really good. Don't hear us wrong. Guess the little bit we saw of those kids this year.
Your elite All-State fly half from Waverly Shellrock.
There's no doubt. The best conversion kicker are the guys that just makes magic on the pitch.
And he's been a team leader. He's vocal. He gets the guys excited.
Elite All-State center. Again, awarded up in Waterloo from Norwalk, Tyler Stanford.
Center was from Class 1A.
Our elite All-State wing from Iowa City West, Peter Lake.
His dad's accepted, his brother's accepted as well. That's cute, yeah. He's going to get his picture with the rest of us.
Let's congratulate our members of Our final award is the Iowa Youth Rugby Association Scholarship, which was established in 2021 with the purpose of providing scholarships for deserving students of the rugby community who have been active players in their local high school program through IAYRA. Funds are to be used to offset the cost of higher education. This year's 2025 Spring Boys season recipient of the Iowa Youth Rugby Association Scholarship of $500 is Nick Taylor.
All right, so we will be back in just a moment for our third place match between Cedar Rapids, Washington and Cedar Falls.
40-ish. Fort Dodge and Southeast Florida play for 5th place. They're about 940.
All right, and we are just about underway here for our 3rd place match. Cedar Falls is going to be in the red. Cedar Falls is in the red. Cedar Rapids Wash is in the white with the red sleeves. So real quickly here, again, this stream. What an amazing night for rugby here from Mount Mercy University in Cedar Rapids. This stream is brought to you by Convergence Acquisitions. They combine smart technologies, deep data analysis, and proven legal strategies to drive results for small and mid-sized businesses, credit unions, banks, EMS providers, and more. Their team delivers compliant, high-performance collections built on transparency and precision. Off the clock, they've spent over a decade supporting youth rugby in Cedar Rapids and across Iowa. Because strong communities start with strong teams, Convergence Acquisitions, performance, integrity, and results that move you forward. For more information, scan the QR code that's on the screen now. Another shout out, thank you to BBP Sport, the kit provider for about half the teams in the state of Iowa. If you need a new rugby kit, get a hold of BBP Sport. They're local and they will take great care of you and give you designs that nobody else in the world has access to. Another shout out to our final sponsor of the night, UNI Men's Rugby, a history of success and looking forward to build on that success with local grown talent here from the Iowa Youth Rugby Association. If you want to be a part of the next class of UNI Panthers, born in the woods, get a hold of Jesus Ramirez, the head coach, or contact the team through social media to find out where you can learn more. Again, thank you for joining us. We are the B-Side Boys Rugby Podcast. Brand new streams every week on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Check it out. We cover everything from youth rugby, high school rugby, college, senior side, men's, women's, international, national, and Major League Rugby, and everything in between. Interviews from people from all over the world, and we have a good time doing it too. Try to keep it light, conversational, like you're hanging out, having a conversation about rugby after a practice. So check us out, B-Side Boys Rugby Podcast. Follow us on all social media platforms. And don't be afraid to interact with us. We're always looking for new ideas. If you have an idea or someone you think we should talk to, let us know. We're just about underway here for our 3rd place match. Defending state champions Cedar Falls in red and Cedar Rapids Wash in white with the red sleeves. Cedar Rapids Washington came into this tournament as the number 3 seed with a 10-2 record. Cedar Falls came into this with an 8-4 record as the 5 seed. Cedar Falls defeated Iowa City West 38-5, but lost to Waverly Shellrock 19-10. Cedar Rapids Washington defeated Southeast Polk in a fantastic match 24-19, but was outpaced by Ankeny 32-0. After this match, we will have Fort Dodge against Southeast Polk in the 5th place match, and our main event, the state championship, Waverly Shellrock, will face off against Ankeny, a rematch from our state title 3 years ago. In the center, we have center referee Andrew Ridgway. He's the current head coach of the West Des Moines Wombats. Touch judge on this side, we have James Gadian. And on the far side, Tyler Daly. You can hear a little Metallica in the background. Hopefully YouTube doesn't give us a copyright strike. Maybe we'll just mute it till we start. So we'll get started here in just a couple minutes. All right, for 3rd place, Cedar Rapids Wash in the white with the red sleeves, Cedar Falls in the reds. And Cedar Falls is going to look to use their speed as their advantage. A lot of running side to side. He finds the gap in the middle of the field, but Cedar Rapids Washington able to wrap up a tackle, but he doesn't have the arms, so an offload is there. That ball is out. A little messy, but Cedar Falls finds a way to pick it up. That ball looks to be stuck.
Yeah, I think that left side of the bracket was tough.
Some good ball movement here from Cedar Falls, but Wash is really challenging Cedar Falls in the breakdown. Got a 2-on-2 on the outside, cuts it back in, grabs that jersey, a little switch, finds some space on the outside. And Cedar Falls strikes first. And that's a great piece of rugby there. It's 2-on-2 on the outside. You have to make something happen. You don't have enough speed to go to the edge. So he gets to the edge, cuts it in, forces the defenders to switch, and that gives him just enough space to take it the distance. Cedar Falls on top. Kick is up. No good. It looked like it was going to go through the post, but it does go wide right. Just hung up there what felt like forever. So with a minute and a half down, 5.5 to go, Cedar Falls has the advantage, 5-0. Nobody catches that in the air, it bounces, allows Cedar Falls to get to it. Messy play, we have a knock on, but Cedar Falls will have the put. Again, if you're interested in any new summer rugby opportunities, the West Des Moines Wombats Youth Academy will be competing in multiple boys and girls high school sevens tournaments. So if you're not done playing rugby this spring and you want more opportunities, check out the West Des Moines Wombats Facebook page for more information coming next week. Now Cedar Falls wins the scrum and a lot of running sideways. Now he's cutting it back the other way. They cover a lot of ground. And it's not the most conventional way to score, but he creates his own space, a try up the middle. You worry when you see teams running too much side to side, they're going to tire themselves out. That defense can just shift and slide and communicate, but by running around, it forced the Cedar Rapids Wash to move. It created a gap up the middle. The kick is good. Cedar Falls has a lead, 12-0. About 4 minutes to go. Cedar Rapids Wash with the good catch and a good hard run, and they are off and running. This is the first bit we've seen them on offense here. Good running rugby, good support. He needs to finish it because he has no support. Great running, and there is a try. So it's a good thing he scored because he had 3 Cedar Falls defenders on him and no teammates with him. And the kick is up. No good.
No good. 7-point lead for the Tigers of Cedar Falls on Cedar Rapids, Washington.
Come on, let's go!
All right. So it is 12-5.
Thank you for joining us. Whether you joined us on the airwaves, KV Country AM 1470, 96.3.
About 2.5 minutes to go. Whoa! What a great defensive play there by Cedar Rapids Wash, but Cedar Falls maintains possession. Never want to be in that moment where you get hit right as you catch the ball. And again, a lot of running sideways here. Good offload. And that's going to let him take it the distance, but there are chasers, but just not enough space to make it happen. Wow.
Not like the tackle that was late there. And there's 5-1 on the board for Cedar Falls. Yeah, that happens. They're going to start to see what they give it a try. The conversion.
Automatic 7.
Penalty, and they shoot ball. Ball put in play quickly.
All right, so there was a penalty on Cedar Falls. So we come all the way back. So it wasn't even a penalty in the try. It was a penalty all the way back at the 30-meter line. And Wash gets the ball. New life for good hard running. That's big man running right there. Shaking people off in front of the home crowd. Bouncing people left and right. And the crowd is going nuts. What a try from Cedar Rapids, Washington. Big man running, does it himself. And the kick is no good, so Cedar Falls will remain on top, 12-10. Huge swing in momentum. It looked like Cedar Falls had a great little 2-on-1 to go score, but there was a penalty that brought the ball back to the 30, and Cedar Rapids Wash was able to make the most of it. And number 24 there in front of the home crowd, getting the people going, just bouncing people off of them left and right. A good, physical, hard, mean run, ends up scoring the try right before halftime. We do have a player down from Cedar Falls, so a little break in the action.
At full speed. I mean, it's refrigerator. But if refrigerator Curry scored from the 45-yard line.
I think this guy might have been faster than
No kidding. I think he's going to be faster. The young man, unfortunately, he's still down. He's able to sit up a little bit. You can see him crunching up a little bit, so hopefully he's okay.
All right, so the referees are having a meeting here. The trainer is with that player. We're going to take a quick break here.
I can't see it, but I'm surprised we haven't seen more cramping.
Again, this summer, if you have a middle school student or elementary student, 1st through 8th grade, boy or girl in central Iowa, they can participate in the DMPS, Des Moines Public Schools Rugby Camp, July 21st through the 25th, through Des Moines Public Schools Community Ed. The best part about this, you do not need your student to be a student enrolled at a Des Moines school. Your student can go to Indianola, Norwalk, Southeast Polk, wherever. They can participate. Also, if your student or high school student wants to play more rugby this summer, the West Des Moines Wombats Youth Rugby Academy will be playing in multiple tournaments this summer. Boys and girls high school, select side, academy side. And then also, there is the Iowa Games. Sign up for the Iowa Games. If your high school team wants to play U18 and U23, more opportunities, go to the Iowa Games website and register now. All right, so short time here. Again, Cedar Rapids, Washington just scored off of a bruising big man run. After this match, we will have the 5th place match between Fort Dodge and Southeast Polk. But halftime will be coming up shortly. Can Cedar Rapids, Washington hold off the speed of Cedar Falls? So hard run in there from Cedar Falls. And you notice Cedar Falls has their whole back line set up, but he goes into touch, and that will be halftime. So Cedar Falls is up 12-10 at halftime. Winner of this match will be 3rd place in the state. And this stream tonight is brought to you by Convergence Acquisitions. They combine smart technology, deep data analysis, and proven legal strategies to drive results for small and mid-sized businesses, credit unions, banks, EMS providers, and more. Our team delivers compliant, high-performance connections built on transparency and precision. Off the clock, they've spent over a decade supporting youth rugby in Cedar Rapids and across Iowa. Because strong communities start with strong teams. Convergence Acquisitions, performance, integrity, and results that move you forward. For more information on Convergence Acquisitions, scan the QR code on the screen now. The teams are heading back to the field. Again, the winner finishes 3rd place in the state The loser will be 4th. Cedar Rapids Wash came into the tournament as the 3 seed. Cedar Falls came in as the 5 seed. But Cedar Falls is the returning state champion. Both these teams want to end with a win and that 3rd place trophy. You can see down here. All right, they're going to get going here shortly. Jeff McHenry, the AR on this side. Andrew Ridgway, the center ref in the middle. What a great restart kick, up and high. Goes back to Cedar Rapids Wash. That player from Wash, just hard, physical running. Catching that ball flat-footed, but they've got space. And then we got a loop on the outside. We got a 3-on-none, but he can't find... Oh, there we go. Good offload, good piece of work. Looking to make something happen, and they have numbers on the outside, but he's going to run it right up the middle, running through tackles. He has support, and when he goes to set the ball, his teammate just grabs it straight from him, and that's going to be a try for Cedar Rapids Wash to take the lead. So it looked like they had an overload on the outside, but when that player went to ground, he went to set the ball, his teammate saw, I'm not rucking for you, I'm just going to pick this thing, and I'm heading for more. Great heads-up play there from Cedar Rapids, Washington to score a try in the 1st minute of the 2nd half. So Cedar Rapids, Washington player going to use that time, and it's good. So that's going to be a lead of 17-12, a 5-point lead. So when this kick happens, about 5 minutes to go in the 2nd half, again, the winner will have 3rd place in the state. Again, we want to give a shout out to the University of Northern Iowa men's rugby program for being a sponsor of tonight's stream. Hopefully we'll see a few of these boys playing for UNI in the future. That ball bounces, goes into touch. And also, you need 2 players to mark that line out so they don't go quick, or if someone out of bounds touches it. Didn't happen. Cedar Falls loves to go quick off the line out. And again, they love to go quick. Line out, open field. Quickness is their strength. And good support there by Cedar Falls. But a big steal from Cedar Rapids, Washington. And a big hard run from number 24. He's bouncing people off of him. He's got a break, but he's catching up to him. Where are his teammates? He doesn't have the support. He's got to release that ball. And Cedar Falls steals that ball. Oh, he didn't. What a great effort, but he didn't have the support from his teammates. And now, offsides on Cedar Rapids Wash. And Cedar Rapids Wash looks like they used all the gas on that last offensive possession. Good team tackle there. Penalty. So, player was hit in the head there, so referee's going to have him get checked out there. So Cedar Falls on the penalty. Love the pace here from Cedar Falls. Front foot forward. And when they run their offense at full speed, that is what happens. They make it look so easy and so fast. It is now tie game, 17-17. All right, and so here comes the kick with about 2.5 minutes to go.
17 all with 2:20 to go. Here's the conversion from the side. It's going to be a really tough one. If he makes it, the crowd will go wild. It's up. It's hanging. It is.
No good. That kick, good effort there. Really good effort. Looked like it had a chance. All right, so we got about 2 minutes to go. Winner gets third place. Loser gets fourth. And we are all tied at 17. You can tell who wants it more. Crunch time. There is only 2 minutes left in the season for both teams. Ball does not go 10. Now it does. But the referee says no. He grabbed it right before it went 10. So Cedar Rapids, they'll get a free kick here from the 50. And it looks like they have numbers left if they can organize what they're doing. Teammate tells them, hey, go left. We got numbers. Oh, but he knocks it on. He loses it. And again, I think he's looking ahead. He got too excited. And he knows it too. He's upset with himself. So short time here, about a minute to go. Cedar Falls will get the put on the scrum. So we do have a substitution here.
17 all. Under a minute to go, Scott.
Fresh legs, fresh legs, fresh legs, fresh legs, fresh legs, fresh legs, fresh legs. All right, let's see the difference here. So about a minute to go in the match. And we are off and running. Little fake pass, finds a gap, and he's gonna go the distance. We've seen this all night, we've seen this all season. Another step, and try is awarded. He says, you know what? I see a gap, I'm just gonna do it myself. Good heads up play there from Cedar Falls. All night, Cuba number 11. He's been making things happen. One of the shiftiest players in the state, one of the quickest players, and he makes Cedar Rapids, Washington pay for it. Cuba's been scoring tries like that all night, all season. Kick is up, kick is good. Cedar Falls now with a 24-17 lead. All right, short time here. So Cedar Rapids Wash, if they want to stay in this, they need to score now, and they need a conversion kick to follow. So let's see what Cedar Rapids Wash can do. Trying to get it to space. Dangerously close to the touchline here. All the Cedar Falls players are bunching up there. That pass goes to nobody, but Wash is able to recover. Fatigue looks to be setting in, and again, Cedar Falls is all bunched up on the tackle. A quick step, finds a gap in the middle. Does he have enough? He does have a support runner. And with no time on the clock, he's going to score a try to make it 22-24. Could we be going to overtime? It's a kick from the center. He has to make this kick to tie the game to go to overtime. What a play by Cedar Rapids, Washington. On that kickoff, they knew this is our last chance. No mistakes. We have to score. And they make it happen. What a great team effort there. You can see a lot of hands on hips, hands on top of their head. The kick is up, and it's good. We are tied 24-24. All right, we are going to go to overtime. Again. Wow. We've been seeing some amazing rugby tonight. And again, we talk about it in this league every single year. This is the 15th year this league has been around. Every year, the coaches are getting better, the players are getting better. And you can see that tonight. We have had so many close matches, back and forth matches, upsets. Great rugby all around. So many matches could have gone either way. You love to see it, especially as a fan of the sport. You're seeing higher level offensive attacks. You're seeing higher level athletes come out for this. You're seeing a lot of these kids, they're getting scholarships to play at the next level. They're continuing to play on these select side teams. Wyatt Young is a guy who played for Rebel Academy over in London earlier this year, and he committed to UNI to play football. You're seeing these guys doing such a great job. This league has just grown so much in so many different ways. And this right here, fighting for third place at this level, it's just amazing to watch as a fan of rugby. And I hope all of these guys continue to play rugby, not only after high school, but in college, and then into the senior side as well. But for right now, next score wins for third place. Cedar Rapids Wash 24, Cedar Falls 24. Next score wins. Looks like Cedar Falls is going to kick. Can Cedar Rapids Washington double down and do what they just did? And we've got some Cedar Falls fans and Cedar Rapids Wash fans in front of us. It's going to get loud. Here we go. I feel like it's so quiet now, but once it gets going, it's going to get loud. Here's the kick. Nice high kick. But it goes into touch, so it goes straight into touch. We are back at the 50 for a free kick. Little confusion there. But the defense from Cedar Falls, they set up nicely. There's no overload. And he's just going to take it himself. He's going to take it himself. He's going to go. Where's his support? Does he have the support?
5 yards away. 5 yards away. This is for third place. Cedar Rapids, Washington.
Quick pick and go. You don't want to do hero ball here. You want to do... And there it is. Try awarded. Cedar Rapids, Washington is going to win 29-24. And Cedar Rapids Wash is your third place team. Congratulations to Cedar Rapids, Washington. They give up a try at the end of the game. 1 possession to go. They have to score a try off the kickoff. No mistakes. They do it. They score the try. They center it down. They kick the conversion kick to tie it up. And in overtime, they make it happen. Ball goes into touch, free kick at the 50, and what a fantastic end. The best finish in program history for Cedar Rapids Wash. Congratulations on a fantastic season. Again, the regular season record of 10-2 brings the record to 12-3 and a third place finish. Congratulations to head coach Patrick Lawson and the Cedar Rapids Washington rugby team. Can't wait to see what those guys do this next year. Up next, we have our 5th place match. Fort Dodge against Southeast Polk. These two teams know each other very well. And we will be back shortly for the 5th place match. Thank you again for joining us. We are the B-Side Boys Rugby Podcast. Check us out on all streaming platforms. All right, and again, we are the B-Side Boys Rugby Podcast. Check us out, new episodes weekly on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Check us out. But this stream is brought to you on our YouTube page by Convergence Acquisitions. They combine smart technology, deep data analysis, and proven legal strategies to drive results for small and mid-sized businesses, credit unions, banks, EMS providers, and more. Their team delivers compliant, high-performance collections built on transparency and precision. Off the clock, they've spent over a decade supporting youth rugby in Cedar Rapids and across Iowa. because strong communities start with strong teams. Convergence, acquisitions, performance, integrity, and results that move you forward. For more information on Convergence acquisitions, scan their QR code on the screen now. It'll be in the bottom left as well once we get going here. In this 5th place match, we have Tyler Daly, head coach of the University of Iowa Hawkeyes, as our center referee. Looks like Eric Frana as the near side touch judge. Again, shout out to our other sponsors of tonight, BBP Sport. You need a new rugby kit. They are a great rugby performance provider. Love their kits. You see about half the teams in the state are outfitted with BBP Sport. And then also, University of Northern Iowa men's rugby program. Thank you for sponsoring the stream. As a UNI rugby alum, I love to see how that team is always in the mix for a D2 national title, whether it's 15s or 7s. Head coach Tom McClyman and assistant coach Corey Peterman from Fort Dodge, the Stags, also members of the UNI rugby family. Big run there by Fort Dodge. Again, Fort Dodge in the white and green stripes, Southeast Polk in the black. These two clubs know each other very well. They've seen each other in the playoffs multiple times in the past 7 years. Love to see these two teams go at it. It's always a knock 'em out, great match. And Fort Dodge is really struggling to find some go forward here, but a penalty, and they're going to go quick, and they're going to go right at him. Has a little support there for a little run into contact, a little offload. Gains another 10 meters off of that. But a great counter ruck there from Southeast Polk. But Fort Dodge is able to get that ball out. So, coming in hot. When you hear those footsteps, that's when bad passes happen, and that's exactly what happened there. He felt the defender. I think his ribs knew a shot was coming, and the pass ends up going a little haywire.
5.5 minutes to go in a scoreless first half for the 5th place match.
So here comes a scrum to Southeast Polk. This will be the first time Southeast Polk has been on offense tonight in this match. All right, there's the put. And again, this is a game that I'd look at as a mix of speed with Southeast Polk against the power of Fort Dodge. Who will prevail? Southeast Polk, I mean, they're struggling to find space, even though they've got that speed. They can't find that space. Referee says hands out. Ball hits the ground. Fort Dodge not flat in their defense. There's some gaps that are opening up there if Southeast Polk can find them. Now Fort Dodge has reset their defense, looking good. Ball coming out.
Fort Dodge played downhill really well. Southeast Polk not even get any running room.
Oh, almost a steal there. Oh, and a missed tackle. You miss a one-on-one like that, and it opens the door for this. Fastest player for Southeast Polk, the playmaker. And so no try awarded. There is a knock-on. So you gotta finish. You gotta finish.
He didn't push it down.
Makes you wonder if he heard the footsteps of the referee and got nervous and dropped it. So it seemed like one of those things where it was an obvious try. He might have looked away for a second, but unfortunate, unforced error there by Southeast Polk. You do all the work and you don't get the payoff. So 0-0.
That's right. He's put it down there for a reason. You get off these referees. I mean, that's a lot of work for him.
Yeah.
And out of the scrum, it's a dirty getting its way to Fort Dodge, but on Southeast Polk scoring in. Fort Dodge is about 1 yard out. That's a nice tackle. Yeah,
Wow.
did a good job.
Just what a change in momentum there. Fort Dodge has had possession almost the whole game. And then the short time Southeast Polk had the ball, they found their gap, they found their playmaker. He made a man miss one-on-one, which was an easy route to the try line, but a knock-on in the try line. And they have a 3-on-1 on the side. Can they make the most of it?
bunch like grapes. They got way too close to each other.
Oh, and they go into touch. That's going to be a turnover. It's going to be a line out for Southeast Polk. They had a 3-on-1, but they just didn't have the space to finish.
Every time you have a 2-on-1 where you got two players and one.
They had what they wanted, but they just didn't have the space. And that's why, too, you want to run your lines. You want to run in a straight line so you don't run your own teammates out of space.
There's the camera. They just clumped. Now it's a line out. 2 minutes remaining in the first half. No score still. Games tend to be like no score. All of a sudden someone breaks the levy and everything else.
Bang, bang, clean up.
Oh, and that ball goes back to Southeast Polk. And there's a knock on. Unforced errors. That is going to be, if Southeast Polk loses this match, that's going to be the story. Unforced errors. They should have had a try. And then right there, too, that was just a slow offensive play. And he just starts running without the ball.
Touch it down. And you don't just cross the goal. And they knock it on. And it's so wild.
So losing possession there. Now Fort Dodge gets another chance here. A scrum at the 50 with less than a minute and a half to go. Huge error there by Southeast Polk. Can Fort Dodge make the most of it?
Got one more thing to do. Deshaun Jackson did it twice in his career. Like, how could you make that embarrassing?
So Fort Dodge forcing Southeast Polk to bunch up. Now they're looking to use the space. Good defensive line there by Southeast Polk, but forcing missed tackles is Fort Dodge. Now they've got numbers on the right side if they can get it out to the right. It's getting real messy in there. What does the referee have?
If you keep your head up and see it, it was wide open.
Knock on, so we are going to have a scrum.
Cale Adams, their hook, lose his shoe.
Scrum to Fort Dodge, so about 30 meters to go. And again, I'm going to look at Fort Dodge, and I'm going to think that they're going to try to challenge them in the middle of the field and make those hard tackles. All-state player Jesse Egley right there at in center, looking for him to run a hard line right here. Looks for a switch, dummy switch, takes on two guys, breaks through. Way to suck in those defenders there, but wow, what a counter ruck there. But Fort Dodge, oh wow, Fort Dodge maintains possession. Carlos can't hold on to it, but he's gonna break through and he's gonna score the first try of the game. And that one gets touchdown. Fort Dodge is going to take the 5-0 lead. So again, just unfortunate errors, unforced errors there by Southeast Polk. And Fort Dodge has the lead. Carlos Elias with the kick, and it's off the post from straight on. So Fort Dodge only has a 5-0 lead going into halftime. Again, we are the B-Side Boys Rugby Podcast. Thank you for joining us. This is the 5th place match. We have 7 minutes to go. Winner of this match will be 5th place in the state. This stream is brought to you by Convergence Acquisitions. They combine smart technology, deep data analysis, and proven legal strategies to drive results for small and mid-sized businesses, credit unions, banks, EMS providers, and more. Their team delivers compliant, high-performance collections built on transparency and precision. Off the clock, they've spent over a decade supporting youth rugby in Cedar Rapids and across Iowa. Because strong communities start with strong teams. Convergence Acquisitions, performance, integrity, and results that move you forward. For more information on Convergence Acquisitions, scan the QR code on the screen now. Another shout out to BBP Sport, Rugby Apparel, Rugby Kits for being a sponsor of tonight's stream, and another shout out to the University of Northern Iowa Men's Rugby Program for also being a sponsor of tonight's stream on the B-Side Boys Rugby Podcast YouTube channel. Without these sponsors, we would not be able to do what we do and provide the video coverage. So again, thank you for joining us. We always appreciate hearing from you guys and girls. We love doing this. Another amazing youth rugby season. We look forward to the girls season, which will start this fall, and we're looking to get into more streaming for those matches as well. If you're interested in starting a girls rugby program, make sure you start putting the wheels in motion now so it doesn't sneak up on you over the summer. Last year, I think there was around 14 teams in the state. Would be great to see us get even more for this upcoming fall. So girls rugby, let's grow it. starts this fall, but we have a boys season to finish now. This is the 5th place match. That ball does not go 10 meters, so they're going to come back for a free kick at the 50. After this match, we will have the grand finale, the main event. Oh, and he's just going to go right up the middle, slip through a tackle, and he touches it down this time. Try awarded Southeast Polk. So again, after this match, we will have the main event of the season, the 2A state championship between Waverly and Ankeny. So how did these teams, Southeast Polk and Fort Dodge, get here tonight? Fort Dodge lost to Waverly in the first round 21-12, and then they defeated Iowa City West 27-12. They came in as the 8th seed with a 6-5-1 record. Southeast Polk came into the tournament as the 6th seed, 8-4, losing to Cedar Rapids Wash 24-19, and defeating Cedar Rapids Jefferson in overtime 27-22. So, it is tied 5-5 with about 6 minutes to go in the match.
Here in the United States, we don't practice kicking.
Hard running from Fort Dodge. That's what we expect from this club. Some crisp pass in there. You can hear the communication from the teammates. Hey, go down, go right. Setting up a 2-on-1. Good little step. Another step. Drops the ball. Goes backwards. So still Fort Dodge's ball. Yeah, Southeast Polk able to just poke it out right there. Finds a gap. Ooh, but wrapped around the waist. Makes a tackle. We've seen people slipping out of those all night. So what do we got? It's got like a punching motion. Penalty. Diving over. Leaving his feet. So Southeast Polk gets the penalty at the 50. Unforced error. Got to keep your feet. Keep it safe. And that's why we have those laws. It's a safety issue if you're diving over, leaving your feet. Fakes that pass. Goes opposite side. Dancing around, trying to make something happen. But Fort Dodge is not fooled. Dancing around. Little offload. Fort Dodge, slow play on the defense. Meets him on the side. And it looked like they had a 2-on-1. Player running so fast, but hits his backhand. That ball was behind him, and he knocks it forward. But Fort Dodge, they maintain possession with the advantage, and we're going to play on. Looking for that gap. Oh, if we had an offload there, could have been something cool. But again, they're probably not trying to do anything too crazy. Almost loses it. Running it back inside, and he's got support. Deep pass, really trying to work it to the side here, but he cuts it back in, making his own space, shaking people off of him. Oh, nice dummy. Good hard run, sits him down. Offload, and there's a try. What a fantastic team try. The big man, Gavin Peterson with the dummy. And then he sits down the Southeast Polk defender by putting a shoulder into him. And now Fort Dodge takes a 10-5 lead with a kick to come.
You got all your momentum going. Here's the big conversion. Can they get up by 7? With 3:15 and counting to go. Pretty well straight on.
And the kick is no good. So Fort Dodge has a lead. We'll be at about 3 minutes to go at this kickoff. Fort Dodge up 10-5.
Fort Dodge leads Southeast Polk. Fort Dodge the 8th seed again. Finally in 5th place over a team that's been a championship team in fact.
Fort Dodge was the runner-up last year. They came in as the 8th seed, looking to finish the year as a 5 seed. Southeast Polk came in as the 6th seed. So both teams trying to overperform here based off of their seeding, but you know both of these teams want more than a 5th place finish, but they are in this match, and if the best they can do is a 5th place finish, they both want it as much as they can. Again, Fort Dodge, a week ago, they didn't know if they were even going to be in this tournament. Now there's a chance they could finish top 5 in the state. And I will say too, they pushed the #1 team, Waverly, to their limit in that opening match. losing 21-12, they had their opportunities to beat that Waverly team who's in the state championship. So a big forward pass there by Southeast Polk creates a short field for Fort Dodge. 20 meters to go with under 2 minutes left. So you notice the Fort Dodge Stags kind of taking their time, getting set here, letting some time tick off the clock. And again, I'm going to look for them to tighten things up. They're going to support each other, and referee doesn't like what he sees. It looks like there's some early jostling there. You cannot drive until that ball is put into play. So you can get your footing, you can get your shoulders, you get your bind, but when you bind in there and that is set, you cannot drive. Now that ball's in, now you can drive. Carlos Elias, nice little flick there. Good running, find some space on the corner. And that is a try awarded for Fort Dodge to take a 10-point lead with about a minute to go in this match. And that is huge for this Fort Dodge club. Again, to go from they finished second place last year in the state, a slow start to start the season. They claw their way back in. They didn't know if they were going to be in the state tournament a week ago. They get in with the last match. Kick is up, just wide right. So they have a 10-point lead with about 30 seconds to go. And again, a 5th place finish. Congratulations. Well, we're not done here. We still got 30 seconds, but a great season by head coach Tom McClyman and his Fort Dodge Stags. Again, they're a club that, based on their population, based on their enrollment, they could be a 1A club, but a few years ago, when they were having some great success, they opted to move up to the 2A, and they've never gone back down because they want to be playing against the best of the best. So that is something here. There's always a sense of pride with the Fort Dodge Stags. Very proud rugby community. Really helps too. You have Iowa Central Community College in town as well. And there is a penalty. Fort Dodge was offside, so Southeast Polk will get the ball here. But again, it's going to be tough to score 2 tries. Southeast Polk running hard. Winner of this match, 5th place in the state. So again, congratulations to both of these teams on a great season. Southeast Polk will end with a record of 9-6, 6th place in the state. Fort Dodge will end the season 8-6-1 with a 5th place finish. Congratulations. We will be seeing a lot of these players playing in the summer for different academy or select side programs, and we can't wait to see what these clubs do next year, and also these athletes and the other sports they play in for their home schools. Southeast Polk is going to end this match with a try, and they have another chance for a conversion, but Fort Dodge is going to end the season in 5th place. Southeast Polk ends 6th place. Kick is up. No good. All right, and that is the final. We will be back after this break for the main event of the night. Waverly Shell Rock at 14-0 to face Ankeny, 12-1-1, the number 1 seed versus the number 2 seed for the 2A 2025 Spring Boys IAYRA State Championship. All right, and this stream tonight for the B-Side Boys Rugby podcast on our YouTube channel is brought to you by Convergence Acquisitions. They combine smart technology, deep data analysis, and proven legal strategies to drive results for small and mid-sized businesses, credit unions, banks, EMS providers, and more. Their team delivers compliant, high-performance collections built on transparency, precision. Off the clock, they've spent over a decade supporting youth rugby in Cedar Rapids and across Iowa. Because strong communities start with strong teams, Convergence Acquisitions, performance, integrity, and results that move you forward. For more information on Convergence Acquisitions, scan the QR code on the screen now, and during the match, it'll be in the bottom left of the corner screen. All right, so we are here. The main event of the night, the main event of the season, the 2A Iowa Youth Rugby Association State Championship Boys Rugby. Ankeny, the number 2 seed, with a regular season record of 10-1-1, facing off against Waverly Shellrock at 12-0 in the regular season. This is a huge matchup. They faced each other in the state championship a couple years ago. Waverly Shellrock prevailed to win over Ankeny. Ankeny in the grays, their BBP Sport gray uniforms. Now, they are made up of players from Ankeny, Ankeny Centennial, and North Polk. Waverly Shellrock, proud tradition. You have your coaches, Casey Hansen, Eric Wickham, Colton Miller from the Bremer County Bucks. They have a strong wrestling background that they bring into their physicality. It's going to be a mix of speed versus power. Both teams highly intelligent, great IQ all over the place. I look at Ankeny as a team that you give them some space, they're going to challenge you with their speed. Now, Waverly on the opposite side, Waverly Shellrock, they have a great balance of speed and power and IQ. Look for them to try to be patient and frustrate this Ankeny team by shutting down their lanes and forcing Ankeny to adjust their game plan and to play through Waverly. I think if Waverly wants to win this, they're going to shut down those speedy lanes on the outside and force them to go through them. If it's going to be Ankeny going through Waverly Shellrock, I'm going to take Waverly Shellrock. If Waverly Shellrock does not contain Ankeny, I take Ankeny. I think we're going to have a classic on our hands. We have Andrew Ridgway here on this AR. We have in the center, James Gadian. Here we go. Match of the night, match of the year. Thank you again, BBP Sport and University of Northern Iowa Men's Rugby, for also being sponsors of tonight's matches. We are the B-Side Boys Rugby Podcast. Follow us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and all social media. And here we go. Ankeny with the kick. Perfect start kick up high. So Waverly maintains possession here. Big pressure defense there by Ankeny. Now they're bouncing it back the other way. What a pass there on the sideline. He maintains, stays in, able to get it back in bounds, but it goes straight into the hands of Ankeny, and now Ankeny has a short field. Strong, dominant tackle there by Waverly. So Waverly looking to try to make that ball a little messy, so we're saying no wrap here, or not releasing on the wrap. Penalty on Waverly Shellrock, and only about 25 meters to go for Ankeny. A short field, and Ankeny trying to go right through the middle of Waverly Shellrock. But Waverly Shellrock creates a turnover, and they've got numbers on the outside. And so not trying to do too much here. Maintaining possession, feeling it out. That's the thing. You got 5.5 minutes left. They're not trying to do too much. Nice little offload. If they can get Ankeny to commit 2 defenders to a tackle, it's going to open up lanes for their runners. Good little switch, and they're spinning them around, but there's not much support there. And Ankeny is going to score the first try of the state championship match.
It sure looked like that was the case, Scott. I'm with you. Having right in front of you, official too. And now Judah McKay will try to kick conversion. Again, conversions are the difference. These 2-pointers often are huge.
So it definitely looked like Waverly Shell Rock had some great things going there. The player from Ankeny dangerously close to playing that off of his feet. Dangerously close to looking like he was playing off of his feet, but the referee does not call it. That ball sneaks out. Ball sneaks out, and Ankeny is able to run the distance up the middle of the field. They make the conversion. They're up 7-0. Great restart kick here. So they go left, and then they look to quickly bounce it the other way, trying to get Ankeny out of their defensive structure, but Ankeny is not fooled. And a good step there from Waverly Shell Rock. Can he take it the distance? Yep, he's going to weave, and he weaves back and forth. The Ankeny defender cannot stop him. And there is a try for Waverly Shell Rock.
Brilliant with his kicks. All season long, he's on the elite team because of it. If you got an MVP, I think he is it.
They said Mary Hagerty was one of the most improved players also, along with Barons.
He certainly
He's playing with so much confidence here towards the tail end of the season.
All right, and here comes the kick to tie things up. It's up, and it's good. That's what you expect from him. He's been clutch, money, whatever you want to call it, all year. He's making his kicks. 7-7, 3 minutes to go. And that's something I'd want to see more of. Waverly's been very patient on their attack. If I'm Waverly, I'm going to adjust the game plan a little bit, and I'm going to run at these Ankeny guys and challenge them to tackle me. It's taking almost every other time 2 Ankeny defenders to tackle these Waverly players. If you can get more than one guy to commit to a tackle, other people are going to be wide open. Run a couple phases, commit multiple people to a tackle. Shifty running there from Ankeny. Almost a steal there from Waverly, but Ankeny is able to get that out. This match is so close. Oh, and there's a gap, but he holds on and is able to make that tackle, trying to steal that ball. Not releasing. That's going to be a penalty on Ankeny, and it looks like there might have been some extra conversation going on from Ankeny, so he's going to walk him down another 10 meters. A huge mistake there from Ankeny, a soft switch. They've got a man on the outside, but again, he runs right at him, but when he tries to bounce him, he does it with the ball in front, and he loses possession of the ball. That's why you want to make sure you tuck that away. Possession's so important. And now it's a foot race on the side. There's a reason he made All-State, and it's that blazing speed. He's going to the middle to try to touch it down in the middle, but we have a chaser on the backside. He doesn't know he's coming. Oh my goodness, what an effort there by Waverly Shell Rock. The player did not know he was coming on the backside. It looks like he might have knocked the wind out of himself, but he was okay for the try.
Because that serves as block. And then he got away with it again.
So that right there, wow, what a chase down. Like we said, an instant classic here, back and forth, punch for punch. The kick is good. Judah McKay from North Polk makes the kick. His dad, Justin McKay, is one of the assistant coaches. Justin McKay has played with the West Des Moines Wombats. So we've seen Judah McKay at some Wombats practices, and that kid can move. So here we go. Short time. Can Waverly Shell Rock punch one in before halftime. So a deep, high kick, and it's knocked on, unforced error. Is there enough time for a scrum? Yep, we have enough time for another scrum. And right here, this is a huge opportunity for Ankeny. Can they go into halftime with a 2-score advantage?
We messed that up,
They're going to give
his clock.
They're giving Ankeny a scrum. So Ankeny's got to control the scrum. Jim McKay did it. Well, if you're Waverly Sharks hooker, you got to hook this thing out. You got to win this ball.
All right, so there is a free kick. Was not happy with the bind. And so here he goes, looking to bounce it the other way. Oh, and he tips it, but it goes straight to a Waverly player. And so intentional knock, bringing it back to the penalty. And here it goes. Breaking through the middle. Waverly really wants to score and equalize this right before halftime. That'd be huge going into halftime. And he makes a little step, and he's caught, but he spins out of it. He has some support. Knock on. Got too excited, and he was just about 10 meters away from a score, and he knows it too. Hands on his head. Oh, unfortunate there. Ankeny leads 14-7 at halftime.
The last half.
All right, and this stream is brought to you by Convergence Acquisitions, where they combine smart technology, deep data analysis, and proven legal strategies to drive results for small and mid-sized businesses, credit unions, banks, EMS providers, and more. Their team delivers compliant, high-performance collections built on transparency and precision. Off the clock, they've spent over a decade supporting youth rugby in Cedar Rapids and across Iowa, because strong communities start with strong teams. Convergence Acquisitions, performance, integrity, and results that move you forward. Here we go. 7 minutes of rugby left in this season. Ankeny leads 14-7 on Waverly Shell Rock. What a match. Both coaches, both sets of coaching staffs, they're talking to their players. They know what's happening here. And the referee actually is going to bring in the captains to have a quick conversation, setting some expectations here as they're moving forward into this second half.
But you got to play him. That's right.
So he definitely wants to make sure he has his stuff.
Down your head. Go play.
They go actually the kickoff. They're the white jerseys.
All right, so here we go.
Gold stripes and black lettering and numbering.
Ankeny is in gray, Waverly Shell Rock in the white with the black and yellow stripes.
You gotta have time. They got this out on there. They're scaring me for a second. The championship.
All right, here we go. 7 minutes of rugby left in this spring 2A boys season. This is the state championship. Look at that defensive line by Waverly. They make that tackle, and Ankeny is going to try to use that speed, punishing tackles from Waverly Shell Rock. Can they create a turnover here? And right there, Ankeny, that's a normal play that they would score on against anybody else in the state, but great tackling there from Waverly Shell Rock.
ball squirts back in. He's got it, and there's
Good pressure defense here from Waverly Shell Rock. Oh, and that pass is almost intercepted, but Waverly Shell Rock picks it up, and they have a short field to go. He needs support, and they bounce it on the outside. And he's got one on the outside, but the pass is too high, and it goes into touch. Oh, man, what an unfortunate, unforced error there. He knew he had one man on the sideline all by himself. Just overthrows it, gets too excited. That ball goes into touch. It's going to be a line out to Ankeny, and Ankeny has a great attack coming off of this line out.
And again, 14-7, Ankeny with the...
So a lot of time left here in the second half, but only 5.5 minutes left to go in this season.
Guy up two.
Where's the throw?
Not in straight.
Well, Ankeny's still
Oh my
playing.
gosh.
And Ankeny plays on here,
Oh my gosh.
finds a gap in the middle of the field. Can't make the tackle, but it slows him down. Reinforcements come.
Slowed down by Kramer. He's at the 40-yard line. Walks down by 7.
Diving over on Ankeny, so it's a penalty. Waverly Shell Rock gets the ball at the 40-yard line. And with under 5 minutes to go,
Walks down by 7.
Waverly Shell Rock, they are opting for a scrum. Again, their head coach, Casey Hansen, loves to attack out of the scrum set piece. He looks at it as a chess match. He's putting his pieces exactly where he wants. So look for something here. He has the back line split evenly, so you don't know where they're going to go.
We shouldn't have the championship game be the worst officiated game of the night. I'm not trying to complain. But this
Referee
is
does not like how Ankeny came into the scrum there.
Ball's not thrown in straight. It's thrown directly to their player.
Jorgensen is a scrum half. This is a huge moment. Huge moment for the goal.
That ball goes
Oh,
out.
they knocked it. Oh, no, they didn't call the knock.
Big stiff arm there. And here comes the attack from Waverly Shell Rock. And Ankeny is just fierce in their attack and not releasing by Waverly Shell Rock. Ankeny gets the ball, but the ball did not leave his hands. So all he has to do is, it's a penalty kick, right? So you're supposed to tap it to your hands. He taps it, does not leave his hands. So now Waverly Shell Rock gets the ball back, but that pass goes to nobody. This is really not like Waverly Shell Rock. Not disciplined play right here. And they have 3 minutes to go, down 7 points. Ankeny's pressure is really causing fits. Good hard running. Great support there by Waverly Shell Rock. Hard running there. He goes down, and they're bunching up that Ankeny defense. And there's a knock-on. Unforced errors. It's over 2.5 minutes to go here. This match is neck and neck, and it really makes you think, you know, tiny mistakes are making all the difference.
Try and get you 5, and conversion gets you 2, so it's a 1-score game.
So it's a scrum to Ankeny.
Scrum, 34 yards out for Ankeny when they're scoring it.
We gotta start helping ourselves.
And he cuts it back, weak side. But that backside prop is there for Waverly Shell Rock. Good, strong, dominant tackle. That ball's on the ground. Another strong, dominant tackle. Waverly Shell Rock has now moved the ball back 25 meters on defense. This is the defense you come to expect from them. No easy meters. And he rips the ball out of his hands, and that's a turnover. And they've got numbers if they can get this outside. But Ankeny slides well, runs through a tackle. There's an offload, hits the corner. Ankeny player trips over his own teammate, touches it down in the center with 1.5 minutes to go. That's exactly what Waverly Shell Rock needed in this short time left. We only have about 90 seconds left in the state championship match.
Cam has got to make this to tie it. He's
So
still
down 2
the
points.
best in the state at conversions.
Kick is up, and it is good. We are all tied, 14-14, with about a minute to play. That is exactly what Waverly Shell Rock needed. A good piece of running. They create the turnover. They've been unable and unsuccessful to jackal the ball or poach the ball off the ground. So you know what? They rip the ball out of the guy's hand from a standing position. They rip it out. They make it happen. They swing it wide. And then runner gets the defense to commit. Too many tacklers. Finds a gap outside. And here's the speedster from Ankeny. He's looking for space on the outside. It's not there. So now, short time. It almost makes you think the next score will probably win this game. Forward pass is called. And again, there is less than 10 seconds on the clock. It is on the referee's call. But with under 10 seconds to go, a scrum to Waverly, 11 meters from the try line, it makes you think whoever scores next will win this game. So if Waverly Shell Rock can win this scrum and punch it in, they are the winners. But look for Ankeny to give everything they have with their backs against the wall. What an instant classic. There's a sub coming on for Waverly Shell Rock. All right. Huge moment here. You only have 11 meters to go, 11 yards to go for the state title. He picks it, and he goes, and he's going to score. That's going to be a walk-off. What a score from Jorgensen, the freshman. What a match. What a way to end. This is the 5th state title for Waverly Shell Rock. What a finish. Kick is up. It's no good. But the celebration is on for Waverly Shell Rock. Congratulations to Ankeny for a fantastic season, finishing the year with a record of 12-2-1. Second place finish. Congratulations to Jordan Sanderson and the Ankeny Rugby program. But a huge congratulation goes out to this Waverly Shell Rock team. Congratulations on another championship season. Some unlucky moments and undisciplined moments there from Waverly Shell Rock in the first half, but when it mattered most, they were able to create an opportunity to have a scrum 11 meters away. And then Jorgensen, they win the scrum, pick and go, he sees the space, and he puts the team on his back, makes it happen. Congratulations, Waverly Shell Rock, on the undefeated season. They finished the year 15-0. And with another note on Waverly Shell Rock. Again, this was a season when I was talking to head coach Casey Hansen. He said, hey, you know, this might be a different team from us this year. We might have a down year this year. But coming up, we have all these kids playing in the middle school level, the U14 level, and they're going to be coming up. But I like the pieces we have, and if they buy in, they put the work in, we can do some big stuff. And this team did exactly that. They rose to the occasion, calm, cool, collected. Mistakes happened, and they never looked worried. They win this match, 19-14 for the state championship. Again, congratulations to the coaches, head coach Casey Hansen, Eric Wickham, Colton Miller. Congratulations to this team. And here we have the trophy presentation. I'm going to stop talking, and you can just watch and see what happens. Again, congratulations to Waverly Shell Rock and Go Hawk Rugby.
Washington of Cedar Rapids finishes in 3rd place, Yankees in 2nd place, and your champions for the 5th time in program history are the Waverly Shellrock Go Hawks. They've got the trophy down there ready to be presented.
Yes, their head coach is Jordan Sanderson. Yep. Appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I think about, family in particular.
All right, and so for the end of tonight, we have Cedar Rapids Jefferson and Iowa City West. Oh, no, sorry, Cedar Rapids Jefferson. Yes, Cedar Rapids Jefferson and Iowa City West finish in the top 8. Southeast Polk finishes 6th. Fort Dodge finishes 5th. Cedar Falls finishes 4th. Cedar Rapids Washington finishes 29th. And then Ankeny finishes 2nd. And Waverly Shellrock is your state champion. So again, Cedar Rapids Wash in 3rd place. Ankeny in 2nd. Waverly Shellrock, your state champion. Congratulations to Ankeny on, again, a fantastic season. And a huge congratulations to Waverly Shellrock on their state title. Congratulations. So this is the 5th state championship that Waverly Shellrock has won in rugby, in Iowa Youth Rugby Association. Update from the Class 1A in Waterloo. Bondurant is your Class 1A state champion.
It's a good sweat when they win, as the Go Hawks win a state.
So again, congratulations to Waverly Shellrock, their players, their coaches, their families. But again, shout out to every single person who makes this league possible, from the admin, the referees, everybody who's making things happen. This sport is growing year after year. Opportunities are getting bigger for everybody, and just love to see the community and just the excitement on these kids' faces. The sport is growing. Get on board. Let's get some new teams in the league for next year. Let's get some new girls teams in for the fall. But again, thank you to all the volunteers. This league does not happen without volunteers, because pretty much 100% of the people who do stuff in this league, they do not get paid, right? Other than the referees, pretty sure it's an unpaid volunteer position. Volunteer for all the coaches. So they're making it happen because they love this sport. Again, thank you, everybody. We are the B-Side Boys Rugby Podcast. Thank you to Convergence Acquisitions for being the title sponsor. Thank you to UNI Men's Rugby and BBP Sport for being sponsors as well. Check us out on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Join us this week as we recap all the action on the next episode of the podcast. Good night, everybody. Bye. Love you.
Waverly Shellrock is rugby title town now. It is. You're right. It's a great time to be a Go Hawk. And once again, the Go Hawks are champs. Thanks going out to all the coaches helping prepare for tonight's match, especially Casey Hansen does such a good job of organizing everything. Thank you to Cedar Rapids Washington and Mount Mercy University for being our host. Our engineer back in the station, Scott Stewart as well. And finally, the Go Hawks win a state title with a walk-off try at the end of regulation in the championship match over Ankeny. What a spectacular finish. For Coach Scott Wickham, I'm Matt Ray saying good night, God bless. From the Cable Sports Network.
Excellent job.
That was fun. Pulling that out.
Trophies were pretty.